Okay, we are live now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Eaton. I'm the chair of the EBCC, and I'd like to welcome everyone who's joining us on Zoom and YouTube for going to be a really exciting day all about the new European Breeding Bird Atlas. Yeah, very exciting day, a momentous day for the EBCC and for all of you who've worked so hard towards this wonderful product. So 23 years ago, EBCC published this, the first atlas of European breeding birds. That was an immense achievement. And now, using data from 30 years on from the period for that, we've got this wonderful update. And it'll be a really interesting morning, finding out more about it, and yeah, a chance to ask questions and to discuss. So we're going to hear about the background to the atlas. We're going to have an insight to the findings, both in general, an overview, and then some of the interesting species examples, which I'm sure you're all waiting to hear. And then we will hear and discuss the uses and for science. So I hope you can all stay with us. I hope you really enjoy this. And then, of course, we'll move on to the exciting launch event this afternoon. So that's enough for me. I'm just going to hand over briefly to Gabriel Gargallo, who's going to talk about how the workshop's going to run and give you a little bit more information.
Okay, many thanks, Mark. Good morning to everybody. I am Gabriel Gargallo from the Catalan Ornithological Institute, and it's a pleasure for me to welcome to the workshop. It will have been fantastic to have you here in Barcelona, but for obvious reasons that is not possible. But sooner rather than later, I hope that we will be able to see you here in Barcelona or elsewhere. So, well, I will just mention a few things for you to know how the workshop will work. There are two sessions in this workshop. The first one will be shared by Mark Eaton, the second one by Ruth Foppen. And then during the talks, there will be no time for questions, but we have allocated 10 minutes for questions at the end of each session, approximately at 11:35 and then at 1 o'clock. If you want to raise any question, you should use the Zoom chat if you are attending via Zoom. If you are watching the streaming live through YouTube, then you should use the chat in YouTube. The chairs will collect the questions and raise the questions to the relevant speakers during these timings for questions that we have pre-allocated at the end of each of the sessions. That's all. Hope you enjoy the morning workshop, and please, Mark, you can start the first one.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and really, it's a great honor and very fitting that we start this workshop with none other than Verena Keller, who's, I think you all know of Verena's contribution to this outlet. So I won't go on too much, but who has really led this effort. So Verena is going to start our morning by telling us about what went on and how this atlas was delivered. So to you, Verena.
Thank you very much, Mark. And good morning, everybody. Before my colleagues will present the results of the European Breeding Bird Atlas, I would like to give you some background information on the project. Why did the EBCC start a new atlas project? The first atlas was published in 1997, and it was a real milestone in European ornithology. But the data were collected mainly in the 1980s, so quite a while ago, and Eastern Europe was not well covered at that time. As we all know, since the 1980s, a lot of things have changed in Europe. Landscapes have changed, land use has changed massively. But also the climate has changed. On the other hand, there have been advances in methodological approaches. With the development of spatial modeling, the so-called second generation atlases were produced in more and more countries from the 1990s onwards. And they provided new opportunities also for an atlas at continental scale. There were also new opportunities in Eastern Europe. The interest in atlas work grew, especially in Russia. And when Mikhail Kalyakin, who was elected on the EBCC board in 2010, came up with the idea to make an atlas of breeding birds in the European part of Russia, we were all very excited in the board and saw this really as an opportunity to fill these gaps that existed in the first atlas. Then it all really started in 2010 at the EBCC conference in Cáceres, where there was an atlas workshop, a very well attended atlas workshop, I remember. The EBCC board presented the ideas for a new atlas, and the idea was really received very, very enthusiastically by the national EBCC delegates. And I remember that a colleague of mine who is actually sitting in the same seminar room with me in Sempach at the moment, wrote down on his piece of paper, just do it. So yes, we were obliged to actually just do it. The EBCC network, fortunately, didn't really have to start from scratch, because coping with European diversity is a real challenge. But the EBCC has had experience to find solutions for different standards in monitoring in different countries in Europe. And we could also build on the experience from the first atlas, but especially also from the Pan-European Common Bird Monitoring Scheme. But of course, how should we organize this new big challenge of a new European atlas? EBCC does not have a central secretariat. So the coordination tasks have been allocated to different organizations. This decentralized organization of the coordination team involved the Swiss Ornithological Institute, where I work, then Barcelona, the Catalan Ornithological Institute with Sergi Herando as coordinator, and the Czech Society for Ornithology in Prague with Petr Vozicek as coordinator. We set up a steering committee with members from different institutions, and also, of course, the board with members coming from many European countries was helping to lead on this big project as well. The decentralized organization proved to be a very good decision that we took in the steering committee. It allowed to create flexible teams drawing on the experience of different members of staff in the different institutions, depending on the different phases of the project. Just a few examples. In Sempach, it was Pietro Milanesi who joined me to carry out the spatial modeling, produce the distribution maps. In Barcelona, Martí Franch joined the coordination team, an all-rounder with many different skills. He first worked on data management, but then was very strongly involved also with the production of the book. And in Prague, we could actually employ Marina Kipson as communication manager, who took over many different tasks in addition to communication as well. And you see the different names here in the different phases. More and more people were joining, leaving, taking over tasks. The actual data collection was organized at national level. We collaborated with 48 national partners in all European countries, apart from maybe San Marino and where we didn't have a coordinator, and some of these very small ones, countries from Albania to United Kingdom. This slide shows how the different modules of the coordination were actually linked together. I don't want to go really into all the details, but what is important here are all these red arrows, and these red arrows always go in two ways, in both directions. And this was very important, that we had a constant exchange between the different groups of people with different tasks. When we started the project, we set ourselves a target. We will publish the book in 2020. Well, 2020, an important year, looking back on biodiversity, targets, and just a nice year. And we're actually here in 2020. I sometimes still can't believe that the book is actually here. Making such a big project in 10 years was, of course, a challenge. And it worked because we overlapped the different phases that are presented here. We already started to compile data while we were still doing field work. With this pilot data collection, for instance, we could test the systems. We could identify where the problems were. And so in similar ways, we had these overlapping project phases, which were very useful. The project lasted 10 years, and in retrospect, we can identify some elements that were very important to actually carry the project through and finish it in time. From the start of the project, there was a very strong and close collaboration between all levels, and a constant exchange between the European coordination and the national partners. Here, this is illustrated by some pictures from an Atlas steering committee meeting, from a training workshop at the bottom right, but the field workers were probably the loneliest people of all, usually doing their field work alone. And we had the part of the coordination team here in Barcelona. Another element for success was to set standards, standardized methods. But we also had to take into account the possibilities in different countries, and finding this balance was sometimes a challenge. Standards were set for fieldwork, illustrated by the well-known Atlas codes and recording forms, the grids that were fixed. But there were also standards how to compile the data and send the data to Barcelona. And there were standards for instance, modeling and other steps in the analysis of the data. Where needed, the European coordination team provided support, training, and technical support. We held different workshops, but also face-to-face trainings, people visiting, for instance, Barcelona, when they had a need to get technical support, how to handle all these different data. And thanks to this financial support we got from the MAVA Foundation, it was also possible to finance field work and coordination in countries in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. We gave out small grants to over 20 different countries. But in a way, what I think was the most important element for success was the enthusiasm and the dedication of all involved, be it for fieldwork, illustrated here with fieldwork from different parts of Europe, but also the dedication of everybody who was involved, be it in the steering committee meeting at the top right. The happy faces you can see very small there are when we actually took the decision on the title of the book. But also a lot of discussions for planning, Sergi during a planning meeting in Barcelona, or at the end this year, there was a lot of proofreading to do. And this is Petr Vožíšek doing the proofreading actually during his holidays this summer. But also other people like the artists who provided their paintings were also very dedicated and enthusiastic to be able to collaborate. This dedication ended up that we could actually call EBBA2 as one of the biggest citizen science projects in biodiversity. Overall, there were 120,000 observers actually providing observations, but I think in a way I like the other figure even more, 35,000 field workers who were actually involved in specific atlas work, doing standardized transects, for instance. Of course, the observer intensity was not exactly the same across Europe. In Eastern Europe, in Russia, for instance, one observer was responsible on average for 250 kilometer squares, 50 by 50 kilometers. That's a lot of area to cover. While in Western Europe, the situation was rather more crowded. 40 observers per 50 kilometers square. I hope they didn't all observe at the same time. All this fieldwork ended up in a massive improvement of geographical coverage in Eastern Europe, especially in comparison to Western Europe, but also in Western Europe, geographical coverage was much higher. You can also see on this graph that we have the whole of Turkey now included in the atlas. Turkey was not yet included in EBBA1. So I already come to the end. It's impossible to thank everybody who contributed to this huge project in one final slide. So just a summary of mentioning some of the groups of people that were there, field workers, national partners, but also the species account authors, 348 of them, 46 artists, all the photographers that contributed pictures for the presentation, but also for the book. And last but not least, this project would not have been possible without financial support. Most of this support came from charitable foundations, some from national governments, but we should not forget that many national governments were also contributing and financing national atlas fieldwork or national atlas projects. What is shown here are really the main donors for the European part of the project. In particular, the MAVA Foundation, our biggest donor, but also many others, also through the species sponsorship scheme that we launched, which collected over 100,000 euro in the end. So thanks a lot to everybody. And I hand over to Mark.
Thank you very much, Verena. Just searching for the mute button, as I would seem to be these things. Thank you very much for that excellent introduction and a glimpse at the size of this project and the work that went on from many people across Europe. Please remember, if you have questions for Verena or any of our speakers this morning, put them into the chat function either in Zoom or in YouTube, and we have a half-hour session with all our speakers at the end of this morning to discuss. I will be able to put your questions to them, and so please do get involved that way. And now I'm very happy to present Sergi Arando, who is going to talk about some of the big patterns. You've heard about what was done. Now I'm sure you're all very, very keen to hear about what the atlas is telling us. So Sergi is going to give us a background to the general patterns. Sergi.
Many thanks, Mark. Welcome, everybody. I will start the presentation of the results, showing some of the nice maps we have produced to show kind of overall distribution changes for the overall set of species, and then my colleague Petra will go to the individual species maps to show further results. So this talk is about the general patterns of distribution and change in Europe based on EBBA2 information. And the first thing everybody wants to know is how many bird species breed in Europe. So our final value for this is 596 species distributed in the way is shown in this slide. So the great majority are native species breeding regularly, which means year after year within the EBBA2 period, and a substantial amount of species is also non-native regular breeders. It's also important to notice that EBBA2 take into account the exceptional breeders, so also the species that only occasionally bred during the study period for just a few years within the study period, for instance. And it's also important to notice that almost 100 of these species found in Europe were endemic or near endemic species for the continent. So in a way, the distribution was completely found in Europe, or almost completely basically found in Europe. And one of the interesting things that EBBA2 is going to provide, I think, is the careful information on how they are distributed in Europe. As Verena said before, we have now, for first time, the whole of the continent well covered, and then we can know which are the most and the least widespread species. And here, just the top most widespread and the 10 least widespread, the list of species. What is even more important than going in this general talk about the names of particular species, the overall patterns, and which is particularly highlighted here is that the majority of species are found in less than 10% of the European area, in a way. Here is the example for the genus Sylvia, in which you can see in dark blue that the majority of the species in this genus, as it happens for the majority of species as a whole in Europe, is located in a very particular area within the study continent. So here in these circles, we can see a kind of approximate distribution of all these species in dark blue, and you can quickly see that most of them do not overlap. So this is particularly interesting, and this is a first thing we can get from EBBA2 is the idea of the complementarity of the distributions, and then the complementarity of the conservation responsibilities between the different countries and regions in Europe. Another interesting aspect we have studied in the framework of EBBA2 is how are the distribution of species from a biogeographical perspective. So thanks to the effort of all of us in EBBA2, we can now have an idea of which are the biogeographic regions that are richest in a way, that have more species as a whole. And here we can see that the Alpine and the Mediterranean are the two ones that have the highest number of species as a whole. Between brackets, you can see also for each of the regions, which is the number of species that is only found within this region. And of course, the pattern is related to the biogeographical history of the region. So in relation with the level of isolation of the different elements, helping the specialization of the genus, for instance, as shown before by the genus Sylvia for the Mediterranean, but also other aspects affecting this level of richness. And here is another way of addressing the same general issue: is how is the overall number of species, but not by region, but by square. So this is the aggregation of the species richness, the number of species in each 50K square. And here we can see the general map for Europe. There is still some work to be improved in the east. As you can see, there is a kind of border between Finland and the Baltic countries towards the east. But there is quite a lot of information here. And taking into account this information from this area in which the coverage is very good, we can see that the number of species per square is actually higher in the boreal and the Pannonian regions and the continental than the Alpine and the Mediterranean. So that the level of the story of the richness is clearly scale specific. So for a given square, the number of species higher in these northern and central regions and then the previous ones. Nice to see also this kind of hotspot around the Baltic area and Central Europe. And this kind of multi-species maps can be also be built in taking into account the species ecology or the species habitat preference. And here there is a couple of them, the one for the forest species and the one for the agricultural grassland species, showing completely different patterns of richness, of number of species. In the case of the forest species are more focused towards the north and Central Europe, and the case of the grassland agricultural species towards the south. Here, another couple of examples for the inland wetland species, more patchily distributed across the whole of the continent. And then the mountain grassland species with this real hotspot in the east, in the Caucasus region and Turkey, and then becoming less and less abundant towards the west. And EBBA2 could be also a tool to find conservation target areas. Here is a map of Annex 1 species, Annex 1 from the EU Birds Directive, but also including the ones in the Council of Europe Resolution number 6. And here is a map of showing all the species at the 50K level. So we can see the aggregated number of Annex 1 species, where they are, knowing that the maximum number of Annex 1 species is 64 in a given square somewhere in Europe. And then the same, but using what Brenna mentioned before, using the model maps. So using maps of very high resolution, 10K resolution, which is very high at the level of European scale. And then we can also identify with very, very precise accuracy where the areas of higher interest in terms of Annex 1 species can be found in Europe. And change was a critical point in EBBA2 because we we had the story. We had EBBA2, and we were, in a way, very motivated to try to find which have been the differences between these two study periods. So these two study periods that, in a way, represent 30 years of change, with the many changes occurring in Europe. Actually, there have not been many extinctions in Europe, not many colonizations, just a few in the context of the overall continent. Maybe the one that could be stressed here is the colonization by the first species that you can see here, the little swift, the Apus affinis. Maybe this is the more evident one in terms of number of squares colonized coming from Africa and setting in the Iberian Peninsula. But of course, this is just a handful of species that have been disappeared or appeared in these 30 years. The great majority of species have been present in the two Atlas periods, and we can see a quite compensated overall picture of species gaining distribution, losing distribution, or showing no change in statistical terms, or with a known change in a way for a reason or another. Nice to see also the pattern at the biogeographical scales, which helps us to start understanding how things have been changing as a whole in Europe, and seeing how the colder regions, the colder biogeographical regions, the Arctic and the Alpine, are gaining quite a lot of species, while the southernmost region, the Mediterranean, is rather losing species during these 30 years. I mean here net species lose or gain in total. But the changes across Europe was analyzed carefully, taking into account not all squares, not all the information, but just these squares that could be easily compared in terms of the robustness of the method. So some squares, the ones shown in gray here, were excluded for different reasons. So the regions in the east, for instance, were not or very poorly covered in EBBA2, while some others in the rest of Europe were reported as poorly covered, or the richness was lower than expected by a series of modeling exercises, or the richness was too different between the two atlases, and so we can suspect that there are some underlying problems in the comparison. So in the end, only those shown in blue were used for the comparisons, for accounting the numbers and making the statistic test to see how the species have changed in these 30 years. This will be shown later by Petra, but at the species level. But here is a kind of general pattern of change. Here we can see these gains and losses of species at the square level. And there will be many details and many things around this map and all the different aspects that will be taken into account in order to interpret this map. Let's please wait to Alexis' talk later, because he will tell us a lot about these general patterns of change. Going to the habitat specialist level, we can see also changes, and here we would like to stress here two main different patterns for two main categories of species aggregations: forest species and agricultural species, in a way. So for forest species, the general change could be seen as relatively positive, in the sense that there are more blues than oranges, so there are more squares gaining species than losing species. While for the agricultural set of species, the opposite is generally seen, particularly in the continental, the Atlantic, and the Mediterranean biogeographic regions. Couple more of change maps for the inland wildland species, showing a relatively positive change during this 30 years period, with more blues than oranges, more gains than losses, and the opposite for the mountain grassland species. Here in the southern mountains, we can see more oranges, and well, we can see that probably the more positive view is in the Alps, while for the rest of mountain ranges, it seems that the situation is more negative. We are losing species in general in these areas. This is consistent with other studies. Looking at the conservation perspective, there are other ways of trying to get information from valuable information from EBBA2. So the threatened species are losing ground in Europe. So yes, as we can see here, there are general patterns of how the species of conservation concerned, these big species as defined in the last BirdLife report, are losing grounds in most of Europe, but not everywhere. As you can see here, the Scandinavia is clearly an exception, at least partially. While Annex 1 species, so species that have been protected legally for decades, have a general positive pattern in a way. So there are more blues than oranges here. And also interesting to see what's happening with the non-native species. Well, the hotspots in EBBA2 are shown in the map on your left. You can see this hotspot around the Low, around the Netherlands, the British Islands, and Belgium. This important hotspot, the number of species here, in some cases reaches more than 15 species per 50k square. And then there is also a secondary area of lots of species in the southwest of the continent. And the change is very clear. The change map here is very clear. In 30 years, everything is changing in this respect, and there are more and more species originated in other areas, not in Europe, but now present in Europe. And that's all for the while. There are more information in the book chapter, patterns of distribution and change, and I think that you will see many more details in the next talk by my colleague Petra at the species level. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sergi, for that excellent overview of some of the results. And as he said, you'll hopefully all be able to see the chapter in the book itself soon and be able to delve deeper into that. And of course, there will be far more to come. As Sergi said, he introduced really Petra, who is coming to follow. Of course, you'll also be wanting to get hold of the book so you can look at all those species accounts and find out all the details, the individual maps. But while you're waiting for that, we have Petra to some edited highlights of some of the changes we're seeing and some of the results at the level. So over to you, Petra.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Sergi, for excellent overview. I'm afraid I won't be able to give the whole overview of all the species accounts. That's really too difficult with several hundreds of species in the book. We've heard from Sergi the general patterns in the atlas, how different groups of the species are doing, where they are, about the regions, and so on. So we've heard the big story, but it's in parallel, it's worth to have a look at the selected individual species, and especially at the species stories which support these general findings, the general patterns, but also at the species which are not really in line with these general patterns, because there is always variation in the results. And to understand those general patterns, it's very useful to have a look at the individual species stories. So I've selected few examples, really, not many, just to illustrate these complex variable stories within the atlas. and perhaps also a little bit to explain how the maps look like and how to basically understand the maps. So first, the red kite, it's an example of one of the near endemic species. The majority of red kites population breeds in Europe in quite limited area. And this map is one of the main type of the atlas results, the breeding evidence map showing for each 50 by 50 square the level of the breeding evidence. So the darkest points are these squares where the breeding was confirmed. The more lighter, it's less it's probable or possible breeding. So these maps are kind of basic illustrative maps of the distribution of each species, and these are valuable for all the species and particularly for the species where the Europe has a conservation responsibility for the global populations. We have really endemic species. We have 40 species endemic to Europe. They don't breed in other continents, and one of them is colored flycatcher. And this map illustrates the other type of the maps produced at the 50 by 50 scale, which is the abundance map. Most of the people are aware that these abundance maps are based on the relative or rather logarithmic scale abundance estimates per each 50 by 50 squares. It's an estimate of the breeding pairs in the categories at the logarithmic scale. But in principle, the darker the points, the higher the abundance estimates are in those areas. And again, for all species, and particularly for the species of conservation concern, like the endemics, it's important to know where the highest abundance in Europe occurs. And we can easily see on the map that colored flycatcher has the sort of hotspots in Romania, parts of Ukraine, also a bit more Central Europe. So this is very, very useful to study the centers of the distribution of each species, not just the breeding distribution, but also the abundance is important. And the third type of the maps we can study in the atlas at the 50 by 50 scale is the change map. Sergi explained how these change maps were developed, how the effort, field effort was accounted for in comparison between EBBA1 and EBBA2. So don't be surprised that you don't see the whole Europe on these change maps, because some parts of Europe were not properly covered in the first European atlas. Nevertheless, these change maps are extremely useful to study the change between first and second atlas. And this is the iconic species of EBBA2, Ortolan Bunting, and clearly we see that there is a range contraction during the last 30 years in Europe. And this is also, and also, Ortolan Bunting is example of the farmland species, which Sergi has explained. The farmland species contracted the range more than, for example, forest species. So we have example of the species supporting this general pattern of the farmland birds in Europe. And the last type of the map, again, illustrated on the case of the Ortolan Bunting, is the modeled maps of probability of occurrence. It's much finer scale, 10 by 10 kilometers, and it's usually it is correlated with the abundance, but not always. We have to be careful with automatically linking the probability of occurrence with the abundance. But at least these fine scale maps of the modeled probability of occurrence show us the hotspots of the occurrence of the species in Europe. And again, in case of threatened species, These are very helpful in identifying the areas where the priority for intervention lies. Yeah, we had in Sergi's talk, we've heard the story of a little bit about the climate change effect. So there are changes in the distribution, not only range contractions and expansions, also the shifts in the range distribution. I think Alexei will talk a little bit more in his talk. Kettle egret is very in line with the predictions of the climatic change, the distribution of this species moving really northwards. Well, there are probably other driving forces behind this range trend. That's probably creation of rice fields and irrigated fields supported the spread of this species. This is quite typical example of the species supporting the climate change effect. The change index on this slide is somehow quantifying the change in the range. This change index could be either positive or negative. So if it's +1 with colonization, if it's -100, it's complete extinction. So going to the plus, it means it's a range extension, range expansion, and if it's going to the minus values, it's range contraction. Another species of egrets, the great white egret, tells the story a bit more complicated than the kettle egret, because this species is really massively spreading from Eastern Europe to the westwards. And there are suspects that the climate change is behind the mild winters, but there must be other driving forces driving this colonization of the species. So great white egret is an example of the species where the story is probably not so simple, and it deserves further exploration and further studies, like many other species. Sergi explained and Sergi showed the general patterns of the protected species, showing that many protected species benefited, in fact, from their conservation, from being on the legislation, on the list of the international legislation. And the bittern is a very nice example. The bittern really, well, the bittern also benefits from creation of water reservoirs, but it really benefits from targeted conservation actions, creating and restoring habitats for the species. Of course, the climate change probably would have the effect in this species as well, but definitely bittern is one of the species benefiting from nature conservation. And back to the distribution maps, to the abundance maps, we have another story, another example of the European endemic, that's the globally threatened aquatic warbler. And we can see on the map its distribution, it's really concentrated to the relatively small areas in Central and mostly Eastern Europe. The abundance maps, again, help us to understand where there is a core of distribution of the species. And the change map shows there is a really net loss in the distribution. The change maps also suggest that these losses of the distribution of aquatic warbler happened in peripheral area of its distribution. There is not much change in the core areas, and some of the gains in the range of the aquatic warbler are probably just because of better survey effort in these areas, because the species gets a lot of attention from the conservation circles. So some of the gains in the distribution still can be just because of higher searching efforts. So that's why it is really needed to study the details of the individual species. Just a comment on the change index here. You see the change index here is in the brackets. So that's because there is less certainty in this change index. So this is how we indicate uncertainty in the change index values in the book at each species. So if it's in the brackets, it's less certain than the others. Sergi has presented range contractions in farmland species as a general pattern or kind of decrease of, and we know, everybody knows, the farmland bird species are declining in Europe. A woodchat shrike is a farmland species, but interestingly, its range is contracting southwards, which is against the predictions of the climatic change effect. In fact, so perhaps in this species, the land use changes are having bigger effect than the climate change effect itself. Another farmland species, quite interesting from the European point of view, is the black-tailed godwit, which has a core populations in Iceland, different subspecies from the continental Europe, the Netherlands and European Russia. And clearly, the Netherlands has a big responsibility for protection of this species in Europe because it hosts really a big part of the European population. And we know from the monitoring in the Netherlands that the breeding population of black-tailed godwits in the Netherlands is really declining, but it's not seen on the map, on the range change map. We see no change in the Netherlands. We see some losses, especially again in the sort of more peripheral areas of the distribution of the species. So if we based our view on what's happening with the species only on the distribution change, we may not be detecting the changing behind. So in many cases, it's extremely important to look at the population abundance changes as well, of course, if the data is available. And here we have one of the species which is not entirely in line with the predictions or what we could predict. The Bohemian Waxwing is predicted to lose its range and to decline basically because of the climate change. What's happening, in fact, is the opposite. The Bohemian Waxwing is spreading. It's expanding south, and also the population index in pan-European comorbid monitoring suggests the same in the population level. There is high variation, but still the population is increasing, and the data come from the same set of the countries. So there is something in Bohemian waxwings happening, that the species is ignoring our predictions about the climate change effect, and it's doing completely opposite. There are suggestions it's because of the food, because of the rowan berries, but again, this species really deserves further exploration and further research. And the last species, the common rosefinch, is example of the species where the population trend, based on the abundance, based on the monitoring, is in the opposite to the range trend, because the range is basically increasing based on the atlas, but the population trend from pan-European comorbid monitoring is declining, especially from the middle of 90s. Well, the question is whether the species is spreading its distribution while the population is declining. So this is quite interesting, whether it's changing its habitat preferences or whatever. Again, very good species for further explorations of the driving forces. Of course, this is the species migrating to the Asia, so maybe there is another reasons behind, but that's the case of all long-distance migrants. So I think this is the last species, just to illustrate the diversity of the species distribution and distribution trends. And that's hopefully supporting further exploration and further research at the individual species level. And hopefully this individual species stories, and the book is full of these individual species stories, will inspire researchers to explore the details of the, because that's completely beyond the capacity of the EBBA2 team and beyond the capacity of, I think, the whole EBCC. But that's probably the topic for Alex's talk later. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Thank you, the whole network, the whole diversity of European EBCC and Atlas network. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Petter, for an excellent, fascinating presentation there, and the third fascinating presentation we've had in a row. Please remember, if you have questions so far for Petter, for Sergi, or for Irina, please put them into the chat function in Zoom or YouTube, and we will pick them up and come to a discussion at the end of this morning. For now, we're going to take a short break. So 10 minutes for people to take a comfort break, make a coffee, and prepare themselves for our next couple of talks. So stay online, stay on the stream, and if we want to reconvene at 11:10, we'll carry on with more fascinating insights in the new atlas. So see you then.
Hi, Petra.
Hi, Xavier.
All it's going smooth, I think.
I think so. I think so.
I hope so. I hope so.
I've got a bit disturbed because exactly when I was giving the presentation, I've got 2 phone calls. I just had to cancel them.
So now I'm going to promote Maria Luisa and Alexi.
Yes.
So, and yes, we will go. We will see how the connection is going on. So.
Okay. So in the meantime, I will check the YouTube chats because I wasn't able to do it when I was speaking, and pick up if there is any interesting questions. So far, there is a lot of congratulations and very warm messages. So it's very positive. But I will check it and we'll.
I've had it open as well, Petra. I think there was one question on the taxonomy. But then that was answered by someone else within the chat. So maybe we don't need to do this. People can just talk.
Okay.
Great way to do it.
Good.
Hi, everyone. Well done so far.
Hi, Aksu. Hi.
Hello, it's Maria Luisa.
Hello, Maria Luisa.
Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for
inviting. It's a great day.
So both guys, do you think you are going to run your own presentation, or?
Yes, I checked. I can. Yeah.
Perfect.
Hello, everyone. I just let you know we'll start again in 1 minute's time. So grab that coffee and settle down again. Okay, well, I hope you're all with us and ready to resume the second half of this morning's session. Had some great talks about the Atlas and what it tells us. The first insight into that up to now. We're now going to have a couple of talks thinking about the use of all this incredible information, all this data in the Atlas. Please remember, questions as they arise to you, both of the talks that will be heard and the ones just to come, please put them in the chat bar, and we'll come to those at the end with our speakers. But for now, I'm very happy, very pleased to welcome Maria Luisa Paracini to us from the Joint Research Centre, who's going to talk to us about the policy use of EBBA2 and how it can help in that regard. So over to you, please.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everybody. And let me thank you for inviting me to this very important day to celebrate this very important achievement. I hope you can see my presentation. So I'm going to make the point of where we stand with the policy needs, policy targets, and data, available data to assess at the end of this decade the targets that are set in what is now major pieces of legislation where biodiversity is at the center for 2030, but also beyond. We have it explicitly mentioned in the European Green Deal. It's in the 8th Environmental Action Programme and its core set of indicators. Obviously, the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2020, the Farm to Fork Strategy, and it's one of the key objectives of the new CAP 21 to 27. How this process works I will explain it through an example of what we have just done in the frame of the exercise of assessing ecosystem and their services at the EU level in the mapping and assessment of ecosystem and the services effort, MICE. We published the report you see there on the right last month. It is providing an inclusive and conceptual basis for environmental policies, and it is based on indicators for pressures, condition of ecosystem, ecosystem services, areas of ecosystem under different designation. And biodiversity is part of this because it's one of the descriptors of ecosystem condition. And where data are available, trends are estimated at different levels, aggregated at EU level, but also at geospatial level. The conceptual framework is what you see here. So the diagram shows that environmental policy typically aims at reducing pressures on ecosystems or on the environment to create and maintain benefits for humans. Through the framework, links between pressures, conditions, ecosystem services, and policy targets become evident. And in this way, it is easier to see where the positive feedback loops are and also how the negative feedback loops can be avoided. As I said, biodiversity is in the column as one of the descriptors, because when the condition of ecosystems is improved, biodiversity is also improving, is in a better condition. So the indicators in the framework for pressures and condition are described or reported at different level. In this case, we have a synthesis table describing the trends, short-term and long-term at EU level. And here you see indicated where indicators coming from biodiversity monitoring are already or will be available in the short, medium term. So these are indicators at a different stage of development. And at this moment, definitely the farmland bird indicator. This is the table for agroecosystems, but there are equivalent tables for the other ecosystems. So the bird indicators are the most developed ones. The trends come from yearly monitoring, as you see here, and the farmland bird indicator is part of this family. But when available, we also use geospatial data. And so this is where we are sort of stopping our capacity of using biodiversity data, because until today, I would say, in this type of assessment, here you see, for example, the number of indicators showing positive or negative impacts on agroecosystems, having positive or negative trends. Here, there is no biodiversity indicator, because we did not have either geospatial information, not even on a single date, and even less on trends. In fact, where we stand now with biodiversity monitoring at EU level, you see here, these are the ongoing initiatives. As I said, they are at different stages of development. At the current moment, for birds, the reporting of the Habitat Directive and the alien species, it is possible to have a geospatial layer, though with some constraints. For example, in the case of the Habitat Directive reporting, they concern a bit the harmonization of the approach across member states. And for the alien species, obviously, is a subset of biodiversity. So I would say that the bird data are represent the more consolidated available data set today, with butterflies, pollinators, soil biodiversity, the Lucas grassland monitoring, and on landscape elements, and the European monitor on biodiversity and in agricultural landscape coming in the short and medium terms. So what's next? An important target is the one on restoration, that is part of the new biodiversity strategy. And in this regard, the Commission will put forward a proposal for legally binding EU nature restoration targets in 2021 to restore degraded ecosystems, in particularly those that with the most potential to capture and store carbon and to prevent and reduce the impact of natural disasters. Obviously, through the restoration target, also biodiversity is included. And here we start to see where the EBBA data become really precious, because, as I said, up to date we were working mostly with the farmland bird index, but we have a wealth of geospatial information available. I have just two examples. For example, here you see the crop system in Europe, the various crop systems with different levels of management intensity, the distribution of Natura 2000 sites. And now we can couple the information. For example, this is the work that has been presented or introduced by Sergio Rando, the species richness of the farmland bird species, and the species richness of the species of conservation concern. And also importantly, the changes. So this is the relative change in the FBI richness, and at 50 kilometers, and also modeled at 10 kilometers. An important aspect is also that of ecosystem service accounts. This is a slide kindly provided to me by my colleague Sara Vallecillo. So this is a work made in the framework of the environmental, the UN system for environmental economic accounting, the experimental ecosystem accounts, and it concerns species maintenance that will provide key information about where species hotspots can be maintained over time, but also on areas where ecosystem condition needs to be enhanced to guarantee species maintenance in the long term. So evidently, in this type of assessment, having a geospatial distribution of the information is extremely relevant. And I wish also to mention the within the Common Agricultural Policy, in the frame of the discussion on the preparation of the CAP strategic plans that the member states have to prepare, since the FBI is one of the, is either a context and an impact CAP indicator, having a more fine distribution of the values as it is provided by the EBBA, allows a discussion on how to target the efforts of the measures. So we are now seeing how to use the information in this context. So what is the way forward? From our perspective, we can see that there is a huge complementarity between the yearly monitoring under the Pan-European Common Bird Monitoring System and the atlases, because the Common Bird Index is now a consolidated index in many indicator frameworks in the policy arena. And it is, as I said, in the CAP, it is proposed in high-level processes like the 8th Environmental Action Programme, in the Green Deal, the Sustainable Development Goals, and others. And in parallel, now more in-depth and nuanced analysis can be made and foreseen to understand the dynamic of changes and better focus policy assessments and improve targeting of measures at a finer scale. So in our view, the atlas show high potential for opportunities that were not available until today. And as it was already mentioned, the atlas also is providing evidence that the citizen science approach is working also at this very large scale, when obviously is adequately supported, as we have seen, by science, by people, by many different efforts, and can deliver high quality data. And so lessons can be learned and applied to other ongoing initiatives, like the butterfly monitoring, the pollinators monitoring that are occurring and starting. And with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Luisa. That's an excellent presentation, an excellent insight into some of the value of this magnificent piece of work and how it can be used. And it's really great to have you here, showing how the Commission can see the value and will be taking forward and making best. I hope many others will, national governments and so forth, be really benefiting from this. So we'll move on to, and I'll remind you again, questions in the chat, please, but we'll move on to the last talk of this first half of the workshop. I'm very delighted to welcome a very important and active member of the EBCC, Alexei Cohen, who's going to talk about the research use of this huge database and the potential, what we're doing, what we can do with the EBBA2 data. So Alexei, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Let's see. I hope you can see my screen now. And yeah, so I'm going to talk about today about the use of EBBA2 data in various research purposes. And to start this is also too good to look at that what has been done with the previous atlas. And there has been a recent publication by the EBCC board led by Sergi Herando, published a year ago, where we actually have listed the themes and topics and also how largely the data has been used. And this can be, of course, taken as a learning lesson, what kind of research has been done and how it could be developed. And it's also good to notice that the data of the first atlas have been already for some time publicly available through GBIF, so it's possible to download it there and use it also for earlier purposes. And also the first atlas maps are available at the website of the Dutch Trust for Field Ornithology, so on. So from the link shown here in the screen. So altogether, more than 3,100 scientific papers have been citing the first atlas. So it has been used enormously during all these years. The main themes, broad themes of the research has been distribution areas or ecology, which is of course pretty logical, and especially researchers have been interested about the species distribution areas, population sizes, but also ecological traits which can be measured based on, for example, species abundances or species distribution areas. And typical themes of these research questions have been related to climate change, agriculture, farming practices, habitat loss, and so on. Also, the paper was listing potential limitations of the first atlas. And clearly, one of these, which we have heard already today, was the poor coverage in the Eastern Europe. And this is, of course, now taken into account in the current research, current atlas, and it, of course, brings a lot of new information. So currently, large areas, for example, in Russia and Turkey, also including some Western Kazakhstan and some areas in Ukraine and Belarus, for example, are covered, which were not able to, where the data was not available in the first atlas. And of course, this brings much more accurate information about the species climatic and habitat preferences, for instance, and can be used to measure certain species-specific, for example, traits. And I'll show you here again the map of the Black Lake Godwit, which was shown by the Peter Vorisek earlier, and you can see that there clearly has a huge abundances in Iceland and in the Netherlands, but there's a large distribution area with high abundances in the Eastern Europe. And if you would ignore completely these Eastern populations, you would get a very different kinds of, for example, species climatical niche or habitat preferences, especially because in the Eastern Europe, the species is breeding often in the peatlands compared to the situation in the Western Europe, where the species is more preferring meadows and farming areas. And also the estimates are even better, possible to get accurate information about the species preferences on climatic, for example, and habitat perspective. The second weakness of the first atlas was that it was lacking change information. It was just presenting the static situation of the distribution ranges, and there was no detailed information on how the, for example, distribution area has changed. And of course, this is now a huge benefit in the second atlas. And of course, climate change is, for example, one of the big questions at the moment. And in the atlas, we have calculated how fast, on average, the gravity of the species distribution ranges have moved northwards, using data from all the common native species, which are altogether almost 400 species. And you can see that on average, species have moved towards north 28 kilometers, which is about 1 kilometer per year speed. There's, however, a lot of variation. This is showing how the distribution of these changes, and you can see that there's quite a lot of species which have hardly moved their distribution range at all, but then there's a lot of variation around that. And just to give you an example, this is quite typical species in terms of the species in the atlas. So Sardinian warbler, Mediterranean species, and it has expanded range size northwards about the same speed as the average species in Europe, about 24 kilometers, especially in the Western Mediterranean regions. Then there are species which shows clear range contractions, like we have seen also in the earlier presentation, but this is a northern example, redwing, which shows clear range losses on the southern range margin, and overall the distribution range have moved 80 kilometers northwards. And another example, species, Savi's warbler, small songbird, which have expanded its range, especially to Sweden, Finland, and the Baltic countries. But on the other hand, it shows also range contractions, extinctions on the southern range margin, including, for example, France, Italy, and Greece. And altogether, this species has moved quite fast, over 185 kilometers northwards during this period. And especially these kind of species like redwing and the Savi's warbler are actually driving the patterns, shifting the species distribution ranges towards north in general. But also we should highlight that there are a lot of species which actually have shifted their ranges southwards. And clearly this tells that there are several drivers, several factors which are driving the species distribution ranges. And of course, this is naturally something that we should study in more detail. What's driving all these species-specific differences? And I'll give you a couple examples of species which haven't behaved as we would expect. For example, pygmy, where we see a large amount of colonizations in the Central Europe, and on the other hand, there's extinctions, range contractions on the northern range limit. Of course, part of this could be related to changes in the kind of habitat in the effort of the surveys, but it doesn't explain the whole overall pattern. And clearly, this is a cryptic forest species. It's likely linked with the changes in the forest quality and forest management. And we know that there has been increasing amount of forest coverage in Central and Southern European parts, but also quite heavy forest management in the Northern Europe, which could be potential reason for this kind of pattern. And we heard earlier about many talks about the farmland species. Corn bunting is a typical example of the farmland species where we show range contractions on the northern side of the range in UK, for example, Germany, Lithuania, and in these areas where we would expect that the climate change would actually push the distribution northwards. But yeah, a lot of things are happening in the farmland side during the last 30 years. So this is one example of the changes. And clearly we need to have a better idea how to disentangle these two main things, habitat change and the climate change, and to try and find out what are the main drivers of each of these species groups. And we shouldn't also look at only individual species, but also the overall communities, how these have changed in time in different locations, and find there's definitely many interesting patterns over there. We should also look at the non-native species. We heard earlier in the talks that there's a clear expansion and a lot of new non-native species appearing in Europe. Here is another example, Egyptian goose, which shows a massive colonizations in the central Europe, but also in the Mediterranean areas. And of course, it's very important to understand what could be the effect of these spread of the non-native species to other birds or biodiversity in general. And that's, of course, very crucial information on the management and conservation point of view. The last limitation that was listed in the paper was the pretty coarse resolution, so 50 by 50 kilometer grid cells. But now this has been also taken into account in the new atlas, so we have these modeled maps presented for a couple of hundreds of species. And these are based on time visit information, so especially national common bird monitoring surveys, but also checklist information from online portals conducted by thousands and thousands of volunteers across the continent. And I would here also like to acknowledge the spatial modeling group of the EBCC SMOG, which have been developing for many years how to do these species distribution models all together, which are now presented in very nice fine resolution maps. And of course, one of the difficult tasks has been to actually find these covariates, how to explain the species occurrences and in various locations in Europe. So we need to have covariates which are available in every corner of the Europe. And this is of course not straightforward and have some limitations. But this of course has been now clarified and it's easier to use in the research purposes as well. And just to give you one example of these high resolution modeled maps, skylark is a typical fawn species across Europe, and also it has a declining population trend. So using these environmental factors across the Europe, it's also possible to understand better the drivers of the population changes, not only declines, but also the increases and how things have changed in time. So very useful source of information. So to sum up my talk, I would like to highlight that there's even more research options now than during the first breeding bird atlas. And there's a lot of information available. Of course, not all of them are published in the book. So there's a lot of background information which is not shown in the book, but are still could be used in research purposes. And this is definitely, in research point of view, just the beginning. The book is now ready, but the research will be continuing now for many, many years. And this is just the beginning of the new research area. And we would encourage scientists in a broader scale to take this opportunity to collaborate with the EBBA research, with the EBCC. We would be more than happy to collaborate. And if you get excited, please contact us. You can see the contact details here in the screen, but also you can find them on the webpage of the EBBA2, and we would be happy to discuss with the data issues. There's of course certain data limitations about the data use, but we would be more than happy to discuss with you about those. And last, I would like to acknowledge all the work that has been done for the Atlas work, all from the ground level to the coordination part. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexei, for an excellent talk and two very good points at the end there. I think that this really is just the beginning of what we can do with that, and that the EBCC wishes to collaborate, to work with many people across Europe on interrogating this data and using it the best we can collectively for research and conservation purposes. So yeah, please take that idea away with you. So we're now going to have a question session. Questions have been coming in on chat in Zoom and YouTube as requested. So thanks for those. Please, there is still time to have those come in. So hopefully we can get all of our talkers this morning on the screen together. And I will go through some of these questions I've got here, and I will suggest who might be best placed to answer them from amongst you. So I will pick people to answer, but by all means, others are welcome to chip in, or feel free to dodge the question and ask someone else to help you out with it. First of all, one sort of dysfunctional question was about whether these sections will be available afterwards, and the answer is yes, they will be available to view after this session, as will this afternoon's event as well. So yeah, you can come back and enjoy these at your leisure, or you found them particularly informative. You can tell your friends and colleagues about how interesting they were and point them in the direction of where they can go and watch them after today. So please bear that in mind. So I'll start. We've had a couple of questions about taxonomy. So asking what the taxonomy used for the book was, maybe to elaborate on what recent taxonomic decisions have meant in terms of new species. Also a question I'll lump in with this about subspecies, where the data was collected at the subspecies level, and whether we have that ability. And maybe, Sergi, if you don't mind, we could come to you for this.
Yeah, sorry. Well, taxonomy. Taxonomy has been one of the critical issues for the project, because taxonomy is not something stable in a way. It has changed even during the project. We started actually with one taxonomy that changed at the end of the project. So we have to take this into account, especially in terms of communication with the national coordinators, so that the species information was not provided only, if necessary, at the species level, but also at subspecies level, to allow for potential changes in taxonomy during the process. And this happened with some species, such as the carrion crow, for instance. And then this was a kind of nightmare in terms of the databases. And we have to take into account all the different taxonomies used in Europe, and how it was changing nationally in the adaptation of the different taxonomies country by country, and then taking decisions also at the level of the EBCC on what should be in a way the final taxonomy list for EBBA2. Then in the end, we have to put all these different databases, taxonomies, tables together to build something consistent across the whole of Europe, which was a substantial part of the work made by my colleague Marty mainly.
Thank you very much, Sergi. So yes, not easy, and I do know there have been many discussions about taxonomy at Atlas Steering Group committee meetings, and I'm sure within the working teams. Hopefully that clarifies a little bit. Another question: are there plans for a winter bird atlas? And I think, unless anyone on this panel is going to surprise me by announcing that that they plan to start, well, maybe Verena has plans to launch one next year, but I think at the moment plans are to go and lie down in a darkened room and recover for a while. And there is, I think, increasing interest in winter bird monitoring amongst the EBCC. We have looked at this a little bit more. We have, for example, covered the subject a little bit in our journal Bird Census News in recent years. So, and that's really about the monitoring of bird populations in the winter. And of course, we have a very good close link with Wetlands International water bird monitoring. We haven't discussed the ideas of the wintering bird atlas, but you never know. I don't think it will be too immediate. You have to bear in mind it took 10 years to do a breeding bird atlas, so not quite yet. Moving on, there was a question or just a comment about the fabulous artwork and whether we were going to, because it's quite right, fantastic artwork, and whether we were going to talk about that more. We will do in this afternoon in the celebration session, talk about the artwork, but we didn't have anything this morning. I wondered whether, Verena, it would be unfair to ask you just to comment on the process of the artwork. Put you on the spot.
Okay. As Mark said, Alena will talk about artwork at the launch in the afternoon. The question how we wanted to illustrate the species accounts was, of course, something that troubled us in the steering committee, and there were various ideas. Do we want this decision we had to take? Do we want to use photographs? Do we want to use artwork? We were very much in favor of illustrating the book with artwork, and actually also our publisher, Lynx, was also very positive about using artwork, but it was rather difficult because we actually didn't know exactly how we should approach all these artists and how on earth would we finance artwork. We knew that there were a lot of artists around across Europe, good artists, and we eventually just were very, very honest about it. We approached a lot of artists and told them the story about the atlas, about all the voluntary work that went into the atlas, from field workers to species account authors, national coordinators. And we simply asked artists, A, would you like to contribute to the atlas? And B, would you actually be prepared to provide artwork for free? And we were, in a way, very positively surprised about how many artists responded very quickly and said, oh yes, we would like to contribute, and yes, we are fine in contributing, giving out these illustrations for free. We also understood that some artists declined to do that. They said, well, we are professionals, we live from that, we can't afford to invest too much time in voluntary work. That was perfectly reasonable answer, and of course we understood that. The artists have kept the copyright, but some of these artists are actually happy to sell the original artwork. Go to the EBBA2 website, and there you find the link to all those illustrations that can actually be bought. Quite a number of them have already been sold. And I would like to thank all the artists that actually have contributed their artwork for free. And also many of these artists that actually then sold their artwork and provided some of the income from the sales to the project as well. So this was very, very generous, but it reflects the spirit of EBBA2 with so many people just prepared to contribute on a voluntary basis. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Verena. That's yeah, an excellent answer. Very, very helpful. Moving on, maybe come to Petter. So we've got a question, I think, prompted by your example of the black-tailed godwit and the difference between the range change and the abundance decline in the Netherlands. So a question about whether there are other species. We can think of species which are showing different trends in abundance, as we might know from Peckhams, as shown by trends in distribution in the atlas. So you're on the spot there.
Thank you, Mark. Well, it's a difficult question because there are so many species and I don't keep all these things in mind. And in fact, I didn't have chance yet to study all the species accounts in details. But what I remember, that's not exactly that the species trend is against the range trend in the atlas, but that one interesting species is Chloris. I just
Greenfinch.
Greenfinch. Sorry. Greenfinch. Well, the atlas EBBA2 range trend says it's rather stable. There is very little change in the range of this species. Of course, there are some local extinctions and local colonizations. The Beckham's trend, the population species trend in Europe is long-term. In long-term, it's stable, but recently in the last decades, the species started declining. And we know there is an issue with the trichomonasis, especially in Western Europe. And indeed, in Western and Northern Europe, the species is declining quite significantly. And this is not yet visible at the species maps. But what brings a bit more sort of thinking into this issue is that when you look at the modeled map of the greenfinch at 10 by 10, you see the hotspots, at least in some cases, around the big cities. So at least in some cases, it appears as a urban species, or at least with the higher probability of occurrence in big cities. And then it could be linked to the winter feeding. And so that's a bit more speculation at this moment, just trying to illustrate how things can be complex and how useful it's to compare the species population trend with the maps produced by EBBA2. And in this case, these modeled maps at 10 by 10 are really very illustrating. I wouldn't think, well, I wouldn't be surprised to see to identify the European capitals of the European countries based on the map of the SWIFT. You easily see each capital on the map based on the probability of occurrence of the SWIFT. But you can see quite similar pattern in Greenfinch map as well. So I'm not sure whether I answered completely the question. It's again rather sort of invitation to to look into the book and to look at the details.
Thank you, Peter. Well, I think a very interesting answer, regardless of whether really got the question. And I will be looking at the SWIFT map as soon as I can to see whether I can pick out cities as you suggest. I have a question on YouTube from Jeremy, who asks about, and I'll maybe put this to Sergi to warn you, asked about whether we use birdsong, listening to birdsong to record birds for the atlas, and maybe this is a chance just to say something a little broader about evidence as used in the atlas and how we do record breeding bird evidence. Can unmute.
Well, breeding evidence, it's basically a matter of using what we call the atlas codes. So a number of behaviors, in a way, a number of evidence is seen when watching birds that helps the observer and then us in the end to know if the bird is really breeding there or not. Birds can move a lot, as we all know. So it's easy that a bird seen in a given area is not breeding there. So it's very important, and this is part of the quality of the atlas work. It's very important not only to see if the bird is present in a given square, a given area, but also to check at the behavior, to check at any kind of breeding evidences, such as finding a nest and identifying the nest of the eggs as belonging to a particular species, and then confirming, if possible, that the species is really breeding there in that particular area. So this is an enormous amount of work organized first at the level of the observers in the field, and then in a way taken together and aggregated at the square level by the national coordinators and then sent to the European coordination unit to put everything together.
Thank you, Sergi. Very helpful. Great answer. Moving on, and thanks all for sending these questions in. This is really great and some really good, insightful questions here. Maybe I'll ask Verena on this. A question whether there are some good examples of range contraction in widespread species related to recent changes in globally threatened species. So there are the species that the atlas shows these wider concerns about global threats, red-listed species. Again, it's a question that requires maybe you to know all the species accounts in the book, which possibly you don't quite yet, but are there any examples?
Well, of course I should know everything by heart because I've read 556 species accounts several times, but I'm afraid my memory fails me to remember everything. Globally threatened species, yes, we can see changes in, for instance, I remember Crex, where we actually showed that the distribution has increased in comparison to 30 years ago, which is very likely related to the political changes leading to land use changes in Eastern Central Europe. Mark, if you can give me just another example of a globally threatened species. Think about.
Let me see some of the lesser grey shrike.
The lesser grey shrikes, yes. Thanks a lot. I know better about the lesser grey shrike because I collaborated with a colleague from Ukraine in writing the species account. The lesser grey shrike has really declined a lot, especially in the western part of its range. It has really lost distribution, shown losses in distribution, quite marked losses.
Okay, thank you very much, Verena, and well done for turning the tables on me and putting me on that. I'll maybe come to Alexei now for a specific question, just prompted by the map of waxwing and that rather substantial expansion in a direction we might not suspect. And just a question about whether that appears to be a consistent and permanent but a robust change, or whether that could have just been due to fluctuations, invasions during the period of the Atlas fieldwork.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question. It's definitely a permanent change. So the abundances of waxwings have increased enormously in the Nordic countries. And my current hypothesis is that it's definitely linked with the Rovenberry situation. We know from the surveys that we have conducted during the winterbird surveys in Finland that the Rovenberry crops have been becoming more often substantially higher. It's a typical, it's kind of a masting tree species which have every now and then peak years and often crop failures, but these peak years have become more common during these 30 years or so. And that's probably the reason why the overwintering of the waxwings has become better, and due to the increased survival, it might be leading to these changes in the range size and population increases. So that's my hypothesis for a thing, that it's kind of strongly supported by the Rovenberry data.
Okay, great, thank you, Alexei. That's really interesting to hear the specific reasons behind the change, and an example where we have at least a robust idea of what that might be. Maybe I'll come to Sergi with a question actually from a fellow Atlas Steering Committee member, putting you on the spot. So David Noble asking about the 40% of species which are indicated as showing no change in range, and commenting that he finds that quite a large proportion, unexpectedly large, and whether there's anything you can comment on that. Is this about a lot of range restricted species staying largely in the same space as before, or is it species that are just losing and gaining equal amounts of range as shift? Or are there very widespread species which are just not changing in range?
Thank you, Mark. That's a good question. Yeah, it's partly both. It's partly because we are addressing the change in distribution with a given tool, which in the end is the 50K square. 50K square is our tool to address the issue of the distribution change. So in a way, all these species that has a very restricted distribution, for instance, that the Iceland endemics would not be able to have a change easily shown by the changes at the 50K scale. From here, there is a gradient to the widespread species in which the changes are in both directions. So some squares are gains and some other squares are losses. And in the end, from the statistical perspective, there is no overall change in a way. I would like, if possible, to share a screen quickly to show one of these examples, and maybe it's helpful to understand this process with one of the examples. I will do it quickly. Maybe you can see now one species here. Wait a minute. This is the book, as you can imagine. PDF. And here's the example of this species of the European Niger. And you can see a lot of squares with changes, a lot of gains and losses. And as a whole, if we count all of them, we will see a minor change in positive. So a minor positive change of 0.2. But this is statistically non-significant in a way. So and this is consistent with the image any of us can get from this map. So it's clear that there is no clear trend here from the very diverse picture of blues and oranges in this map. And there are many species like this, like many species in which the pattern of local losses and local gains is so diverse and so widespread that we cannot be certain in saying that the species has definitely increased or definitely decreased in terms of distribution. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Sergi, and for being able to show us a suitable map so quickly. Very, very well done. A quick question, technical question while we've got you, I've seen coming in, just asking about the grid used for the atlas. So while you're unmuted, perhaps you could comment on the 50 by 50 grid that was used.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 50 by 50 grid used was exactly the same used in EBBA2, because we wanted to be able to compare the two distributions, so the distribution in the two periods in the most possible robust manner. So this was a kind of initial decisions when discussing within the steering committee on which grid to use. It's true also that we could have some ground to innovate at the level of 10K. So the modeled maps are 10K maps, and there were no 10K maps in EBBA2. So at the level of 10K, we used a different grid system that could be probably more robust to work with at the European scale. And then we change a little bit the grid and use the one that is official at the European level, at the European Union's level.
Thank you, Sergi. So we are, I think, coming close to the end of this session, and I do want to make sure that we have a short break before we reconvene for the next set of talks. And there are questions we haven't answered, so apologies for that. There is one more I thought we would answer from Karen, which was when are we next going to do an atlas? So how often should the European Breeding Bird Atlas be updated? And that is a question that we don't have an answer for. Apparently, we've got to go and do a winter atlas first. So fit in room for that. I think personally, I would say that 30 years, as the first gap has been, is probably an appropriate time. These are big projects that we can't do too often anyway, and it is probably the right span of time to be able to see substantial changes. I think there's more than that. There is probably a question about whether we do atlases in quite the same manner again in the future. Whether in 30 years' time, producing a book and a one-off snapshot of what is happening is how we do things, or whether the constant flow of data that I can envisage happening by then means that we are able to live atlas to update through time. But I think there will always be some call for an update. But that was my. I don't know whether Verena, whether you have plans for 20 years' time to start a new atlas project, whether you want to comment.
Well, I certainly have no plan to do another atlas. And I think you have given the good answer, or answers. We don't know yet. Maybe in 30 years' time, I'm quite convinced that there will be a time when people will say, we do need to get a good overview for the whole of Europe again. Remember, we also have a third project running at EBCC. That's the Eurobird Portal project, which actually collects this type of data that Mark was mentioning. Casual observations, complete observation lists that are collected and put together at European level. But when you go to the website, the EBP website, you will quickly realize that we still have a bias towards Western Europe, and that in Eastern Europe, the number of observations is increasing. The number of online portals where observers can enter data is also increasing, and that's a very encouraging sign. But we will see how it develops, whether it will actually be sufficient to do really European maps and not just Western European maps through this Eurobird portal. So maybe in 20 years' time, in 30 years' time, the next generation of ornithologists will decide, okay, we need another overview.
Thank you very much, Verena. So I'd like to thank all our speakers this morning for excellent presentations. I'd like to thank all those who've asked questions. If we didn't manage to answer your question, of course, I hope the answers will be in the book, and I hope you will all get hold of a copy of the book as soon as you can, if you've not ordered it already, and you'll be able to find the answers to that and many other things in this incredible book. So yeah, thank you, and thank you all for attending. We're now going to take a short break. And it is quite short, but we will reconvene at 12:15 to carry on this afternoon. Or the next session, we're going to hear about the individual projects, what's happened in countries across Europe to make this possible. It'll be really, really fascinating, and I'll hand over to Ruth Foppen. So leave this open, go and refresh yourselves, grab a sandwich and a coffee, and be ready to hear some great stuff this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Hi all.
Hello.
Hey Miguel. Hey Thomas. Peter. Hello, hello. Hi Alena. So now I'm in charge of the mute unmute or not? Is Xavier doing that? Hi Tatiana.
Hi.
Hi, hi. Nice pictures behind you.
Yeah, thanks.
I only have a dull sleeping room. Actually, I'm in isolation now. That's why I can't have a nice background. I need to stay at home.
Yeah, so do I. So. But this is my homework.
Ruth?
Yes, better.
Just we are live already, so it's up to you when we start.
Okay. Yes, we can start, I guess. Right. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, for the second part of this exciting workshop on EBBA2. It's a joyful day, I think, for us as an EBCC community. It's strange circumstances for this celebration. I would have hugged many of you, you know, I like hugging, but we have to do it with a very nice online celebration of the Atlas. And for the second part, we have some very exciting talks about the national perspectives and the national parts of and the work that has been done on the national level. And the first talk is from my big Russian friend, Miguel Kalyakin, who has led on the Russian Atlas project, which you will see has become a big success and a major part also of the success of the total Atlas. So Mikhail and Olga, they were in charge of the coordination in Russia. And Mikhail, we are very excited about what you have reached in Russia, and please tell us about your process, your journey in this whole nice project.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm not sure that my talk will be perfect because it is not so easy to say about 10 years during 10 minutes. So it will be only short fragments. And first of all, I need to say that there are some ornithologists in Russia, and it was the same in the first Atlas time, but political situation in country was not so good for field walks and for contacts with European group. So our first Atlas, EBBA1, was not so good in this eastern part of Europe. It is our territory, and you remember this picture from Evora, as many other ones. So you remember that we have very high concentration of people in central part of European part of Russia. We have next big concentration in St. Petersburg and around, and other country is not so have not so high density of people, and of course of ornithologists. It is important to say that we have very high concentration in several towns and no more. So to cover this big territory was a special question. And as you know, it is not my first lecture about it, and I'm sure that main part of our public are already familiar with this situation. It was a very strange idea 10 years ago that we can cover all European part of Russia. So if you remember, I told that if it will be covering of 30%, it will be enough for us as a first stage on the way to real Europe level. So it is not so important to know about area, but remember, it is almost 40% of territory of Europe. And we have very nice zones from the south to the north or from the north to the south, from tundra and Arctic deserts up to Caucasian mountains. So it is, how to say, it is very big and very interesting territory. And of course, we will have a lot of borders of species range here. And for us, it was one more interesting thing. And of course, big question was how to cover this territory, how to organize people, how to improve enthusiasm that it will be possible. And in these pictures, you will see a lot of green dots. It is not covered squares. It were promised squares. And you remember this dynamic if you have listened me in Evora. And by the way, you remember that all other countries finished field works in 2017, but we specially ask about one more season because we like to cover some northern territories and cover some small dots in central part of Europe and part of Russia. So we had special permission from Atlas Steering Committee for one more season. And it was very, very nice to cross many such small dots. But of course, we have gaps in northern part still. It is for next time study and next finding. What about difference between first atlas and second atlas? It's clear that now we have absolutely other situation, and we have more or less good impression about range and about abundance. But of course, you remember that our covering is not so nice and so detailed as in other Europe. But this difference is not so quite big, I hope. Some words about our new data. You see two graphs. Blue one, it is a number of species per square in EBBA1, and next one is the same for EBBA2. And you see that we have very good shift to rather good covering of species. Sometimes it is almost 200 breeding or probably breeding species per square, and we have maximum near the 100 per square. 50 on 50, of course, you remember about it. Some figures. You see covering of territory, you see number of participants. I need to say that there are main part was from professional ornithologists. We have not so big population of volunteers, of bird watchers, but they were rather active when we collected observers of individual records or short visits and so on, so on. So we have two different levels of study. Full covering of square with special report about it, and additional some records. And for us, it was very, very important to have, now we can say that we have this new system for online registration of bird records. It was elaborated by Ilya Okolov in kind, and it was very, very helpful for collecting of such individual records. And you can see probably the dynamic of this graph, and it will be continued, I hope. It is covering for all Russia and for all former Soviet Union. We had also such special thing as personal contact with each observers. It was very big work which was done by Olga Volzat, and it was very good idea to have such online magazine for reports for each squares. It was not final reports, but it was a base for next counting and for checking. And you can see that we have a lot of species which are not recorded in other Europe. So I hope this book will be interesting for all ornithologists in Europe. So such exotic species. And it is our atlas. You can see it. It is a few smaller than the European one, of course, but we have rather big bulk of bird species and of pages. And of course, it was absolutely impossible to organize such process and to do it without kind help from EBCC board, from Atlas Steering Committee, from all colleagues who are here now. And you see a list of sponsors, and you see a list of people who personally pay for our field walks. And Verena Keller and Niklaus Binden also were our field walkers, our observers. And of course, these 10 years was very happy period of friendship, of personal contacts, of some humor. You can see it here because chief of board is very serious man. You can see it, one more. If you can see my mouse. And it was very special, very nice time for us. A lot of contacts and a lot of personal friendship. And some of you remember this not nice picture about field walks, but I need to outline that we have some good places also. So thank you for your attention. What about time?
Thank you, Mikael. It's perfect. Thank you very much for sharing with us your whole journey during this this Russian process of reaching finally a result. Yes, the book, the atlas. Very nice. Yes, I'm pretty sure that also your own atlas and selling the book will be a success. I look forward to having it in my hands, and although I don't read Russian, I'm pretty sure that the information in it will be very helpful in understanding what is happening in your country. So very nice, thank you very much. Okay, for the second talk of the 13 that we have in this session, we go to your neighbor. We go to Tatiana Kuzmenko of the Ukrainian Society for Protection of Birds, also a huge country in Europe, which is very important, also in the sense of distribution of birds. And she will tell us about the challenges and lessons of their contribution to EBBA2. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Do you see my screen? If everything is okay? Yeah. Hello?
Yes, it's okay, Tatiana.
It's okay. Thank you. So, on behalf of the Ukrainian EBBA2 coordination team, I would like to present you a report about the results of progress of Atlas work in Ukraine. And on the beginning of our Atlas walk, we were in front of two main tasks: to cover 280 50 by 50 kilometer squares. This means to make as complete as possible the species list for each square, to provide data on breeding category and abundance for each bird species. And the second one, 1 to 5 timer surveys in each 50 by 50 kilometer squares. Observer had to choose from 1 to 5 squares, 10 by 10 kilometers within the big square, depends on the habitat and landscape diversity, and make 1 to 2 hour surveys. We started officially from the workshop in April 2015. After field training, it was a discussion in the hotel conference room when everyone could share his opinion. It was difficult because there were a lot of doubts and worries. We didn't use time surveys methodology before it was strange for us. We couldn't agree on how to choose the executors, how to verify the data. So when we collect the data for the EBBA1, it was no possibility to make so widespread surveys to verify the data, so we cannot consider those data as something reliable. And it may impact on Atlas's impression in Ukraine in general. But anyway, we started. I want to say a couple of words about the people who actually made it happen. They are participants of Atlas work, that is ornithologists, fieldworkers, volunteers, amateurs. Only thanks to their enthusiastic work, we can do this. In general, 100 ornithologists from Ukraine took part in EBBA2 work during 2013 to 2017. Here you can see the results of our work, our pilot maps. You can compare distribution and abundance map of two species with the different characters. Common widespread skylark and the species with visible range, wren. Skylark expectedly has a category confirmed breeding throughout whole country, and its abundance is very variable. And wren has got different breeding category from A to C, depending square, and more or less equal abundance. It seems to look good, but you should know that each square is a result of hard work because we face it many difficulties and different levels of work. The main problems are the big area, that's 280 squares. There was no citizen science by that time, lack of data, birdwatching was not so popular a few years ago in Ukraine. There was problems with abundance estimation, with gaps in rare species distribution and technical mistakes, and of course, big problems with occupied territories. We solved the problem with abundance estimation by checking the data and additional squares and so on. And the gaps with rare species distribution. There were small working groups consisting of 3 to 4 ornithologists specializing on birds of prey, owls, and rare species. These groups purposefully explored difficult and distant from ornithologist concentration squares in which we forecast the necessity of supplementary research for evidence bird species. Checking the data was an important part of Atlas work in Ukraine. We chose 15 experienced ornithologists, actually the best ones from different regions, in order to solve two main problems: technical mistakes and clarification and verification of data. All depths were discussed, some parts of data were accepted, other was neglected. It depends on the author of the data, his reputation, species breeding category, and so on. As a result, we have to delete 6 species like pilot harrier, Certis warbler, and so on. For many species, we increased the breeding category from A to B or to C. But the most active conservation was focused on abundance estimation. As a result, we got 276 breeding bird species now. I should emphasize the importance of the last year of the fieldwork, 2017. There were 3 new breeding species, that's greater flamingo, cattle egret, and red kite. And we haven't stopped our fieldwork in 2017. For our national atlas, it will be new data even in 2020. Why Atlas was important for us? We've got unique data collected by many people during short periods throughout all the territory of Ukraine. It was a great opportunity to work this way. First time ever we've got the accurate information on distribution and particularly abundance of all breeding species. And the pilot maps allow us to check the data and to provide as correct data as possible. From the other hand, due to difficult economic situation, many ornithologists can't feel free to move throughout the country. They can't afford continuous and distant expedition. And MAMA funds helped us to visit many locations, each 50 by 50 kilometers square of our country to be accurate. Without finding this task would be impossible. Ukraine is a big country and ornithologists are more or less conglomerated in a few separate groups. And Atlas work gathered us in one team for collecting and checking the data. It was very important for us in this baffling time for our country. And the last one, we used the collected data for the preparation of breeding bird atlas of Ukraine in the memory of our national coordinator, Igor Horban. The lessons we learn: stop the fear, just to do. Big area, difficult to cover, lots of worries and doubts. We just have to stop the fear, just and do this. Step by step, with no hurry. We started from the nearest squares with the easiest one, and then slowly made all the territory. Expert above all. We begin from, we try to involve all the persons who just want to take part, but later we understand that it is very important to choose people and to involve and to work on the Satan who knows how to do and how to do with high quality. Cooperation and collaboration was very important also. Argo is the way to nowhere. We must learn to collaborate and to hear each other. Verification, we started from the experts yelling, who put the hand harrier in that square? It was a lot, but only after stopping to yell, the real work began. So now the result, what we got is just a collaboration and understanding. So in March 2018, after finishing checking the data, we start our national atlas in the memory of Igor Horban. You can see this, and now we're almost finished on the final stage. We want to thank all the people who was involved. We want to also thank Smelo Foundation and EBCC, because without the financial support, Atlas work in Ukraine couldn't be organized. We want to thank Swiss Ornithological Institute for coordination on the high level. The Catalan Ornithological Institute, without maps, we can do checking of data and make them representative and reliable. And Czech Society for Ornithology for your trust in us and general support on the different issues. And thank you all for your attention. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, for this exciting talk and giving us the insight in your project, which is a big success, and I really look forward to your atlas in the near future. Still have good memories of visiting your country with the EBCC board to see how enthusiastic you were at that time picking up the task to run the project. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and yet another celebration. We go to Denmark now, and exciting news. The last couple of days we got, there is a very, very heavy book appeared in Denmark, which is the new breeding bird atlas of Denmark. So Thomas, please tell us about your project and your success. You still have to be unmuted. Can somebody unmute Thomas? Xavier, is it possible to unmute Thomas? Because
yeah, I'm unmuting him, but
he should do him himself.
Yeah.
Thomas, can you unmute?
He should do it himself.
All right. There should be an unmute button on your screen. It's a red sign with a microphone.
It worked during the rehearsal, yeah. So.
Ah, there he is. Yes, Thomas, okay. Go ahead.
Then we try again. But now I can't see my presentation.
You have to click share screen in the bottom of your screen, a green button.
Yes, now I took that.
Clicking it, you will be able to share your presentation.
Yeah. but where is now? I can't find the presentation. I just opened it a little ago. Share. Here, I think it is maybe, or here.
Now, here you are.
Okay. Yes, and then we have to do. Can you see it now?
Yes, the Danish Atlas 3.
Okay. Yes. So we're moving from two of the largest countries in Europe to one of the smallest, with a third atlas. And yes, is it in the right mode now? Because I see it very small.
Here we can see perfectly.
Okay, fine. Yes, and as you can see from the project implementation plan, we should have been finished the book last year. So we were only 1 year late in publishing this autumn. And as you can see here, from atlas to atlas, the books keep growing bigger and bigger. And this third atlas, Danish atlas book, was made in physically in Latvia, and they said that it was the biggest book they had ever produced. You can see it was very heavy and very big. And here we have some of the participants. The pictures showing a meeting, one of the first meetings of the local coordinators, and you can also see a very typical picture showing the average age of Danish active ornithologists. Yes, surely a lot of skilled volunteers have been making this possible. In all, almost 1,500 participants, delivering almost 400,000.
Excuse me, Thomas. We are not seeing the presentation. Just the first slide.
Oh, I'm now on my 5th slide.
So the presentation is not running.
Okay,
for
then
whatever
we'll try
reason.
again. That is strange. What is wrong here? It is sharing. You are screen sharing is saying to me. Oh, very strange. And I can see the presentation myself. PowerPoint slideshow.
Maybe you can start again with the presentation.
Yes, can you, but I don't know if you can see it.
No, we only see the first slide.
Yeah, and not the second now?
No.
Still not?
No.
I really don't understand.
Yes, you have to unshare and share again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, okay, unshare and then share again.
Verena said me that you should be in the PowerPoint window.
In the PowerPoint window.
Yeah. Then share a screen, click the PowerPoint window.
Share screen. Now I can't see it. Share screen and then the PowerPoint window.
Now
you can see.
Now start the presentation by clicking.
Is it now the schedule for the Danish Atlas? You can see?
Yes.
Okay. That was just.
But now you can you can start the presentation by clicking that screen here up in the orange bar.
What do I have to click now?
The start presentation. Can you see in the upper orange bar?
I don't have an orange bar.
Well, orange, red bar.
And it's only saying stop share.
No, in the very end of the screen, in the top end.
Yeah.
A little bit in the right.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Just push F5.
F5. I tried that. Nothing happened. I'd give Verena control. Do you have the control now, Verena?
Have you pushed F5?
Yes. And then I got the possibility of giving Verena the control. And now it's remote controlled.
Yeah,
Verena
sorry, this is
controlling.
the technician from Sempach. You're sharing the PowerPoint window of the editor. You have to share in Zoom the PowerPoint full screen of the presentation.
Here it is full screen. Can Verena control it now?
Yeah,
no.
I'm just, go to your Zoom. Do you see your full screen, Thomas, on your screen?
Not really.
Not really.
Click here.
Yeah. This is, okay. Do you see your full screen now?
No, but it is marked as it is full screen, but it's not really full screen. Don't understand.
Okay.
Very strange. But can you see?
Yeah, let me check.
Slide number 2.
Yeah, but I think Xavier, maybe he can continue like this with the PowerPoint without the full screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Then you should go like this, Thomas.
Okay, I'll do that. Here you just see that we had to publish last year. And can you now see the 3 books? Okay, yes, growing bigger and bigger, as I said. Yes, and here we had some of the first meetings of the local coordinators showing the average age of Danish active ornithologists, of which almost 1,500 participated in this atlas, delivering almost 400,000 observations. And here we see how many species per 5.5 kilometer squares. We found an old article almost 90 years ago showing some of the same, but it was based on very few ornithologists' knowledge. But then we see the maps from the 3 atlases from the 70s, the 90s, and the actual one, and showing that indeed there are more a growing number of species per 5.5 kilometer square. And we have to, that was not the right one. Here, yes. This is one of the most expanding species, the common raven, which you can see how much it has spread in Denmark from atlas to atlas, since it was almost extinct in the 60s because of persecution. The same counts for the cormorant, and since it was the government started regulating it 20 years ago, it has been decreasing in numbers, as you see above, but it is still expanding in distribution. And that's because when the big colonies are controlled or regulated, then they move to other places and start small new colonies. We also made a lot of line transects to be able to deliver densities and population estimates, and we almost got we got more than 90% coverage, as you can see, after 4 seasons. Also in winter, we only made winter atlas this line transects, not in the common covering of squares. And what happens now? Yes, and here we see the geographical coverage of the country on the line transects. And we can see that very many participants only made a few transects, but very few participants made a lot of transects, and one person made more than 200 transects, and he was interviewed in Denmark's largest newspaper after the fieldwork was ended, and he's saying here in the headline, "I'm very grateful that I still had a good I'm good at hearing," and we are thankful for that too. Yes, and the line transects made it possible to create maps of the densities, which we had good help from our Dutch friends to make. Here we see the common raven again, and the same for the cormorant, the densities made from the line transects. And we tried to make population estimates of individuals, and we compared them with older estimates, which are only more expert based, and maybe it has not been rising so much. This estimate must be the better one. You can compare with the figure from the point count census at the bottom. And estimating the population of the blackbird gave us only as many individuals as it was estimated to be pairs 20 years ago. So we think that must be a much better estimate today, also looking at the point count census figure at the bottom. And here we have some of the winter estimates from the tree sparrow being the most common bird in winter, more than 3.5 million individuals. Then come the great tit, the blackbird, the house sparrow, the chaffinch, blue tit, and the yellow hammer. So now I moved a bit faster just to try to keep the program running.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Thank you for that. Thank you for this exciting presentation, although we had some hiccups, but in view of the time, we go ahead with the last talk before a small break, and then we start with the speech session. Alena, can I give the floor to you? Can you unmute? We don't hear you.
She is unmute.
Helena? Okay. No, we don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, some technical problems all the time. I will try to spare some time and be quick as possible. Again, thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure for me to be a part of this perfect event today. And we are here today to present and celebrate the outstanding outputs of EBBA2, but I would like to talk more about the future and about the challenges ahead of us. EBBA2 is a huge citizen science project which represent not only the data which can be used in future research or for conservation, but also it represents an international network, both of organizations and individuals who may provide us with a sound knowledge base for the conservation of the whole biodiversity in the European continent. And the fieldwork effort resulted in coverage, which is really an amazing coverage. You can see it by comparing the two maps. On the left side, you can see the biogeographical coverage of EBBA1, and EBBA2 is on the right side. So you can see also the huge area, mainly in the eastern part of Europe, was covered thanks to the long-term effort. And this is really a very valuable benefit which EBBA2 brought for the future of monitoring. During the long-term efforts, several new national bird monitoring initiatives emerged already. Also, the capacity for further monitoring was built in many countries. And what is really especially important is that many new volunteers were trained, and these field workers are now skilled and very positively motivated, and they are willing to proceed and to monitor the birds in the future. There are other benefits. We've already heard today about the national bird atlases, which were published in 2018 and 19 in Turkey, Slovenia, and this year we are happy to congratulate to our colleagues in Russia and Denmark who published very recently their national breeding bird atlases too. But there are another maybe 10 new national breeding bird atlases expected in the near future. We are looking forward to see Latvian and Ukrainian atlases very nearly in 2021, next year. And the main message of this presentation should be that we should take the chance and don't miss this chance. We should build on this huge network of people and organizations, which was already built during the last 10 years. And as you can see in the map, the countries marked in black are those countries which were supported by MAVA Foundation recently. And these are mainly, or most of these countries are those countries where regular bird monitoring schemes are lacking. And we also miss the data on birds from those countries, or most of those countries. So these are also the countries which should be supported, and the monitoring should be developed there in the future. And we already took several steps to proceed and to support monitoring in those countries. We applied for some grants, and unfortunately we failed, but there was also a success. We raised money for the first Ukrainian bird atlas. So there was also some successful attempt. But although we haven't get those funds we were applying for we learn a lot from that experience, because during the preparation, we already researched or surveyed the needs of the specific countries. So now we already know what has to be done and what is needed there. And one example, one area for the further development may be long-term common bird monitoring scheme. These schemes bring us long-term data on birds, but not only common birds are important, and these generic common bird monitoring schemes cannot provide relevant data for all species. So also species-specific monitoring schemes are very important, for example, for colonial birds, monitoring of water birds or other species. And we shouldn't forget about the portals. This is a new online tool, which is also very helpful in recording bird observations. And last but not least is training. Although I've already spoken about the networks of field workers who were trained, it is still important to train more field workers. There are still countries which lack the sufficient number of trained field workers. And in this place, I would like to present a very useful tool which was already developed by North University. It's called Bird ID. I think a lot of you maybe are familiar with this tool. It offers bird guides, training quiz, and courses, and it proved to be really successful. For example, in Latvia, to get new volunteers and to train them properly. But unfortunately, Bird ID is now in problems and is not sufficiently funded. So this is another area for support. Well, we know what has to be done or what would be useful to be done. So where is the problem now? As you may assume, it's funding. In most of the countries that we've been spoken about, I mean the countries in the eastern and southeastern part of Europe, just lack funding, and the funding is not available from their governments, and therefore some funding is needed from abroad, definitely, at least partially. And what is really important to bear in mind is that this support needs to be sustainable to be able to deliver long-term data. You may ask why it might be useful to support monitoring, further development of monitoring in those countries. And the answer can be really easy. We just lack data from such a huge part of Europe, or the data are not sufficient. And our knowledge, therefore, is not precise, is just limited. And if we wish to get the complete knowledge on birds and their trends and the changes, we need to combine several main sources of bird data to get the whole picture. Not only atlases, but also the monitoring schemes and the online portals. And just in the end, I could present some case studies very quickly. Recently, a study was conducted which aimed to find the impact or depict the impact of illegal killing and unsustainable hunting in the Mediterranean on the migrant species, which is, as you are of course aware, that this is a serious problem for many species. But we cannot interpret the impact of these illegal activities properly. Since we have not enough data, we just lack data on huge areas affected. And a similar study or similar lack of data can be seen in another study. You may be aware that on EBBA2 data, there was a European Species Action Plan based on EBBA2 data. It was published already 2 years ago. And now it's time to implement this action plan for turtle dove to European policies. And we can distinguish 3 different flyways the European populations of turtle doves use. But if we wish to compare the population trends of these 3 different populations, we can do that only with 2 flyways, because we completely lack data from the most eastern flyway, or the countries from which the birds fly with the Black Sea Middle East flyway. So I hope I presented the big challenge ahead of us. It's a challenge for the future, and I hope we can all join this challenge and take the chance and ensure the long-term sustainable support of bird monitoring in Europe. And because this achievement can be used not only in research, but also in conservation of European birds and biodiversity, which is badly needed, mainly recently. And I know that this is really a huge challenge, but EBBA2 shows us that it is an achievable challenge. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, for this excellent overview and for giving us perspectives, opportunities, and also the challenges for the near future. I think that's a very nice end of this part of the session. So now scheduled is a time for answering some questions or posing some questions to people. I noticed in the chat that there is not specific questions to the speakers of this part of the session, but I would like to know from Miguel and also from Tatjana whether you see the future. How do you see the future of bird monitoring in your country? Could you reflect on what Elena was saying about the follow-up of Atlas work, potential follow-up of Atlas work in monitoring in your country? Miguel, could you say some words about that? Miguel? I don't see Miguel appearing. Tatjana, would you be able to reflect on that?
Yes, I'm here. So I do hope we will start common bird monitor schemes. Of course, it's not so easy in Ukraine now, but we do hope that we will do it in the near future. I'm sorry, I don't hear you.
Thank you very much. That would be wonderful if you could start bird monitoring schemes in Ukraine. Would be very important, as Elena pointed out. Miguel, are you able to reflect on that question?
Sorry, is it possible to repeat, because it was calling for telephone? Sorry.
Okay. You heard the talk of Elena, and she is pointing out that there is a possibility, or there's a need also to start with monitoring in many southeastern and eastern countries. How do you see that in Russia? Do you see it happening?
Yes, it could be very nice if we can start it, but it will be not covering for all territory. We have 5 units where we can start with local teams, and we already have small net of observers who are working in the style of RSP of PECAMs. So I hope it will be possible, but of course it will be not so big net as we like.
Okay, but at least you think you can start with it. That's already very important. I guess,
As
to have
usual.
information on the trends of Russian birds. Great. So in view of the time, you know, we had a bit of a problem, so we ran a bit out of time. And also we scheduled now just a small break before we go to the speed sessions. I guess people do want to have another coffee or tea or go to do something they want for 5 minutes. So I would like to propose to have a break, 5 minutes, and then we carry on with speed talks about other interesting, exciting things happening in countries and experiences in countries that collated data for the atlas. So I see you in 5 minutes then.
Влизам в среща.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We are reconvening this session with a number, I think 9 in total, speed talks about experiences in EBBA2 countries. We will start the first one with the story about from Armenia, Karen Agababian. Karen, are you ready? Hello, Karen. No, Karen. I saw him on the chat, so he must be there.
Yeah, she's here. I'm asking her to start the video, but he's not doing so.
Okay. So if he is not appearing, maybe we can go back to him later. And now,
yeah.
Yes, shall we do that? So then we go to UK. Dawn, can I give the floor to you? Are you prepared for that?
Sure. Yeah, hi.
Aha, there you are. Fine. So yes, please tell us about the data rich and data poor, maximizing EBBA2 coverage in the UK.
Okay. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, we do see your presentation. Go ahead. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. So yeah, I'm delighted to talk to you today about our contribution from the UK. So we were really excited to hear about the plans for EBBA2 fieldwork, but for us it came at a difficult time, having just finished our own bird atlas with fieldwork completed in 2011 and publishing our atlas in 2013. It was an enormous effort in the UK with around 40,000 volunteers and 20 million records contributed. So we had to think, how can we contribute to EBBA2 and really produce new data as well, because we were very conscious that between 2011, when our atlas finished, and EBBA2 recording period, there could be changes, winners and losers. So we really did want to provide new information to EBBA2. We are really blessed in the UK with thousands of active field workers, and listening to the talks today, it makes us realise how lucky we are to have so many active volunteers. The map on the left shows the breeding bird survey, the randomly distributed 1 kilometre squares we use for our core monitoring of common and widespread birds. And on the right is just a map showing records submitted to BirdTrack, an online data portal, in the last 30 days. So this year we're approaching 7 million records being submitted. So we are very data rich. But looking at both these maps, you can see that there are actually gaps in coverage. So particularly in the uplands, up in Scotland and in Wales, yeah, we're short of volunteers. There are fewer people living there. So despite this richness of volunteers, we don't have complete coverage. We're also very lucky to have an active ringing and nest record scheme, which provides really vital data on breeding evidence. And we can work closely with a rare breeding bird panel to monitor our rarer and scarcer breeding birds. So we decided that for the UK, the best approach, rather than just doing more atlas fieldwork, was to use a combination of the monitoring data that we collect through our core monitoring schemes and to have a modest amount of new fieldwork. So in 2017, well, in the meantime, we'd been obviously collecting lots of data through our breeding bird survey, ringing and nest records, and bringing all that into our database. Then in 2017, we set up a new tool for volunteers, so they could go to our website and look at a map and find out where the gaps are. So this is showing a map for Britain and Ireland, and we pulled together the information for each 50 kilometre square. The squares on here are 50 by 50, and we could see a volunteer could click on a map. So the paler squares had required more effort, and this was updated every night. So day by day, volunteers could see which squares they really needed to focus effort on. And when you clicked on a square, you could pull up a list of the species that we already had records for, and it presented the highest breeding evidence that we had, be it from the ringing or the bird track. And top right, there was a little tool there where you could put in confirmed breeding or possible, and then you could work out which species you really needed to focus on upgrading the breeding evidence. So this was really useful for us to try and direct that volunteer effort towards the end of the Atlas period. So we encouraged the volunteers to enter their records into BirdTrack with breeding evidence. So for the UK contribution, we were able to use our breeding bird survey data, which as for time visits to contribute to the modelled abundance. And then we were able to use various sources of information from our BirdTrack, ringing, nest records, really important contribution from the RSPB network of reserves where their volunteers and their paid wardens monitor birds. And we also had some local atlases still underway in the UK. And again, an important contribution from the rare breeding bird panel. So you can see that we were able to send around 850,000 records to the EBBA2 team in Barcelona for incorporation into the project. There was actually an enormous task before this. Obviously, we had millions of records coming in, and Justin Walker, who worked really hard on this, had the big job of reducing to a single breeding evidence code per species per 50 kilometres square. So really thanks to Justin for his hard work in doing that. So that's how we made our contribution from the UK, that combination of using our core monitoring from our existing skilled volunteers and directing volunteers to do some extra field work where we had gaps. So yeah, just like to thank all our volunteers who contribute, and particularly those volunteers that went on expeditions to those difficult areas, particularly in Ireland and in Scotland, where we needed that extra gap filling. And of course, financial support, which enabled to dedicate us some time to this important project. Okay, that's the update from UK, Ruud.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dawn. We go on with Spain. Blas Molina, can you tell us something about the Spanish breeding bird atlas and your work for EBBA2, please?
Okay.
Yeah, hello. We can't see you.
Yeah.
Are you there? Is your camera on? Yep. There you are. Right.
Good afternoon, everybody, and congratulations on the new European Breeding Bird Atlas. Okay, in Spain, the title of the project is a little different. Oh my God. It is a little different. As you can see, it is Atlas of Birds in Breeding Season. Why is it? Because we not only register the birds that breed in Spain in the spring, but also those that do not breed. In the breeding period, there are birds that use the territory but do not breed, and there are other birds that at that time may be a migratory period. A summary of methodology. The period of this atlas lasted 5 years, and the central period of the sampling was between April 15 and June 15. In the Canary Islands, in earlier dates, and we adopted the dates to other species like some raptors or some other species that breed earlier or later. The sampled unit was the 10 by 10 kilometers UTM grid, and all data was transformed into 50 by 50 kilometers grids for the new European Breeding Bird Atlas. Okay. We use 4 methods, general methods, where list of the species and the breeding category, quantitative methods that we record 15 minutes track species and registering species and contacts, semi-quantitative methods, 15 minutes track registering only species, and complementary information. When we recorded casual data and additional information from anywhere in Spain, eBird, another portal, bibliography, and so on. This is the map of coverage, and we have trouble completing all the square. There is an area where it was difficult to obtain information for the square due to the lack of people and volunteers. Almost all the square have information, but only the 2,778 are considered complete. Well, the results, more than 2,700 square out of 5,600 total square of Spain, more than 1,500 volunteers, and 37,014 15 minutes tracks. The number of the species were 462, 294 breeding birds, 6 non-breeding birds, 30 and 3 rare birds, and 77 exotic birds. Well, we are working in the analysis and the map now. We are comparing the difference for each species between this atlas and the one published in 2003. And we obtain a map with the difference. In this case, the little bastard. We saw a map with the difference in this case, and the rock dog, the red dot shows the square when the species have disappeared, and this map shows all the change in the square of the species distribution. Besides, we are working on 2 kinds of map using modeling with data. One of them is probability of occurrence, and other one is favorability index. And we are working on habitat selection, and we want to include the trends and population of species. And this is the summary of our atlas, bird atlas.
Thank you very much, Blas. Yet another exciting project, and I wonder how much book space I need for all these nice atlases when I buy them. So we look forward to the publication of the new book. Okay, next in line, Hungary, Tibor Zepp. Are you there, Tibor?
Yes, I am here.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome. You are going to say something about Beckham's and EBBA2 data in Hungary. Please go ahead.
Yes, it's a For me, it's a big pleasure to being here and be part of this beautiful work. I don't know whether, can you see my slide? Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So it's a fantastic day to have this success. And in my talk, I would like to speak about the Hungarian Bird Atlas, in which we try to combine the common bird monitoring and the atlas work. Our main aim was, of course, first of all, to provide data for the European Bird Atlas, but at the same time to have a data collection for the Hungarian territory, which cover quite big dominant part of the Pannonia region. And for us, it was very important to keep running and extending the monitoring work in combination with the map and using this data for modeling species distribution. So in our case, we decided to have breeding evidence for each 10 times 10 kilometers square, but at the same time have a time survey on 2.5 kilometers square, which is the regular grid we are using for the common bird monitoring running since 1999. And our common bird monitoring is very important because it's have a good coverage of the country. You can see it has based on random sampling design, is representative for the main habitated region. And since 2000, we able to run this in January. So we have data for the wintering area. So we developed a specific online database for communication with the observers, and they're able to see the latest result. So allow me to show some figure, which will be published in the next spring, this data. The blackbirds, the common birds, is a basic distribution map based on 10 times 10 kilometers square. And during the mapping work, we spend a lot of attention to collect phenological data. So what is the frequency of the different breeding evidence, and the observation frequency in Hungary is very useful for this resident species, but extremely important for the migrating species, as we continuously collect this data. So for us, it's very important to make a modeling of the distribution, and we use the 3 maps nowadays called SD maps, and with a very big help by Hank Sirsma, thank for it. And we use the random forest method and using a very specific Hungarian habitat coverage with climatic, soil, and altitude coverage in a high resolution, 2 times 2 kilometer resolution. And we consider important coverage relation to the survey. So the day of the survey, time of the survey, the percent of areas surveyed, the duration of the survey, and identification skill of the observers, which let us to make a good modeling. So let's see some data. So blackbirds, the occurrence probability, we had in the case of common birds, is very useful first picture about how it looks like. And with combination of the occurrence probability and the MMM, so the monitoring data from the same period as the atlas, led us to produce the first density map for the breeding season. And our common monitoring work led us to make a trend estimation. And we use this database to make a trend index map, which led us to see the first time in which part of the country we have a decline or increase of a given species. In the case of blackbirds, you can see that the big cities as Budapest looks like is in trouble. At the same time, using the monitoring in the winter time, we produce a kind of density map for the wintering season. Here you can see the blackbirds situation. And we have very useful data for the trend of the wintering population, many species. Here you can see the blackbird, and we produced the first trend index map for the change of the wintering population. So altogether, summarizing our talk, we'll be able to contribute properly in the EBBA2. We are very happy for that, and of course, at the same time, important to able to combine the monitoring and the map data and do it continuously, we hope. And we will publish the Hungarian Bird Atlas in the spring of the next year, which will have a distribution map for 421 species with phenology of the breeding census, occurrence of the species for the period of this atlas, 2014 and 18. And this will contain a model maps of the occurrence of 155 species, density maps of 140 breeding species, density map for the 38 common wintering species, and trend index map for the breeding and wintering species, and of course population trends. And at the end, of course, I have to say thank for the many observers, Hungarian observers who contribute in this work. And the Hungarian colleagues and Dutch colleagues in helping modeling, and of course, important organization as RSPB and EBCC for generous help in the back for have all good monitoring work and for many good advice for starting or mapping work. And of course, for Hungarian Ornithological Society and different Hungarian government organization for providing donation for this work. Thank you for your attention and keep running.
Thank you very much, Tibor, for these fantastic results and showing us an example of how to integrate data from the two important projects of EBCC. Very nice, and hopefully you will carry on with this nice work. Okay, next in line will be Stoichkev from Bulgaria. Stoichkev, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Do you have a presentation? Yes, I think so. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Can you see it?
Yes, fine.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our journey to the European Breeding Bird Atlas 2. It was a challenge for us, like many other countries. We didn't have a running mapping project in Bulgaria during that time. So we have to be creative in combining various resources to come up with good data for Bulgaria. So our strategy consists of several steps. First, to collect all the existing data. Then field work for the purpose, especially for the European Breeding Bird Atlas. Then to analyze the data and to see where are the gaps. To collect additional data and to fill the gaps. And of course, final data provision. This is the picture of all the data we had about 2017. Most of the data came from our BSPB BirdLife Bulgaria database. We get also a good amount of data from the Executive Environmental Agency and from various external sources like foreign portals from Sovon, for example, or from other NGOs in Bulgaria. We did specific surveys, those time surveys that covers sample of 10 by 10 squares following the common methodology in order to provide species lists timely based. Good thing was that we had a very nice application, Smart Birds, developed by us for data collection. So all the data were collected electronically. I would say that no paper was used during the Atlas work in Bulgaria. All the data were collected through mobile phone and tablets and go to the database electronically. Then we analyzed the gaps using our Breeding Bird Atlas that was published in 2007. We put the new data and we identified the areas where the species might be, but are not covered in the new European Breeding Bird Atlas. So we did specific surveys to look for such gaps and missing species. For every square 50 by 50, we prepare such list of priority species for searching that were given to the field workers to work on the field and look priority for them. It was a challenge, of course. All the people with field experience knows that there are some difficult species like owls, craigs. So we did special efforts to find them and to fill as much as possible the gaps so that the gray areas are smaller. And then the final data analysis was done using a platform, a GeoNode or GeoNode, that give the opportunity to all the experts to receive the data on their desks, to see them on the map, to be able to check every single data entry, and if necessary, to contact the data provider for additional data validation, and of course, to come up with the abundance estimations. thank you for your attention, and many thanks to all the field workers. Special thanks also to MAVA. We received a small grant from MAVA that was crucial for the field work in Bulgaria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stoichko, for this nice presentation. Next in line is Carlos Godinho from Portugal. Hello, Carlos.
Hi, Ruth.
Hi, hi. Are you going to present the, yes, you have your presentation ready?
Yeah, I will share the screen.
Good luck.
Thank you. Well, good morning all. I will talk a little bit about our contribution to the EBBA2, and we would like to thank to this opportunity. And we will talk a little bit how we can use some unstructured data to upgrade our national data. First of all, I will start by the end with this acknowledge all our volunteers and also our regional coordinators and all the eBird reviewers that have an increased amount of work to review the Atlas records. Of course, our Atlas Scientific Commission and the MAVA grants and the EBCC and EBBA2 teams for all the availability to talk with us and whenever was needed. And of course, to all the birds that provide us the records that we need. So when we start this adventure, we start the contribution to the EBBA2 more or less at the same time we start our national atlas. And we use the 10 by 10 square with 6 2x2 square surveys, each half an hour in each, which gives more or less 3 hours of survey, which was suitable for the fine data to provide to the EBBA2. And ideally, it was asked to all of us that we provide 5 10 by 10 kilometer squares information to the EBBA2. And the first time we draft or we map our records, we look and well, it was a surprise. More than half of our country was well covered. And we need only to address all our efforts to that square on the middle of the country with no signs at all. And of course, this raised some questions to us and make us doubt. And when we look at the 10 by 10, we noticed that although at the scale of the 50 by 50, everything was cool, when we look at the 10 by 10, there's lots of gaps and lots of information that was not, well, that we can be improved. And of course, through the Atlas, this coverage was increased a lot and the data was getting better and better. But at this stage, we ask that probably we will have a low or an asymmetrical coverage of the country than expected. And probably also we will have a lower number of species than they are really there. And some problems in confirming breeding evidence from a few species. But of course, if we have these drawbacks, we have a huge amount of casual records and complete lists on the online platforms, most of them with breeding codes. And in the case of the eBird that we use it as a platform, most of the complete list has some effort data, which is crucial, like time, distance, or area. So we get all these unstructured data and we map all the squares of the country, the 10 by 10 squares, the time. So, and for our Atlas and for the EBBA2, we need at least 3 hours of surveys in each square. We have done the same for the 2 by 2 squares inside the 10 by 10. And we have done the same for the level of complete lists. And of course, we map the same for the number of breeding species with in each 10 by 10. With all this information combined, we were able to create a map with a clear identification where the gaps were. In this case, the black squares. And as you can see it, most of the squares are or have a good coverage and a good information rate. And a huge part of the squares with insufficient coverage are on the limits of the country. And of course, if we apply a 50 by 50 square in this map, our confidence on the data that we have provided has increased a lot. Of course, we use also the unstructured data to scale up some of the breeding evidences. This is for a common bird like the blackbird. And it was one of the first maps. In the end, I think all the squares were confirmed breeding. And just to finish, of course, structured data is essential, and we need it because it's more, it gives us more options. But there's a huge amount of unstructured data that can be used to cope with some missing data, or even to improve the data that we have, like the coverage, like the species richness and the breeding evidence. And of course, there's a few limitations for the abundance or for the trends, but we can use also this data to improve the data that we gather on a more structured way. And I think it's all. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for this overview, and good luck with the work that you are carrying out in Portugal.
Thank you.
For the near future. Okay, next is Danai Portolou from Greece. Hello, Danai, are you there? Aha, there she is. Okay, tell us about Greece.
Oh, no. So hello, everyone. Glad to be part of this celebration. Would like to be there in person, but this is the best we can do. I'll brief you very quickly on the EBA experience in Greece. We might be, from what I see, one of the few countries which have not got their own national atlas yet. And the EBA2 was the perfect opportunity to start something like that. The EBCC, the first EBA1 atlas, did not comprise data from Greek ornithology, so we did not have the chance to compare the data with that in the past. We have a small country, relatively only 155 squares, containing land, but one of the big differences we realized at the beginning was that about 50% of these squares here in blue, light blue, are areas in insular regions which are quite remote and quite difficult to reach. So therefore, one of the problems was lack of funding in order to travel and cover these areas within the limited period, because, by the way, Greece arrived in the project quite late, but we started fieldwork in 2015. We also have another very serious problem, is that like other Eastern European countries have already mentioned, we have a valuable network, but limited network of experienced volunteers. Our data sources were varied and quite large, mainly the Hellenic Common Bird Monitoring Scheme, which started since 2007, which is a scheme on 2x2 square kilometer. And we developed the timed effort visits in order to be comparable with the same amount of effort in this Common Bird Census. And overall, we achieved 640 surveys in these standardized data. On top of this, we added data from online portals we were very kindly provided to us, as well as our national species censuses of colonial seabirds, herons, pelicans, and so forth, other casual records, ringing schemes, which are few but very important, as well as other projects, life projects, management authority monitoring, and so forth. Overall, we had 250 people participating, Greek and foreigners, and we greatly appreciate their commitment and their contribution. All squares were covered, however, not all were complete lists, and there is room there for improvement. However, 70% of the squares had standardized data included. And overall, we identified 253 breeding species. To compare with EBA1, we have, as you say, lost 24 species. The most important, maybe to mention Aquila iliaca and Pandion helaicus netarufina. However, about half of these species we consider at BirdLife Greece that they probably were mistakenly in the first place recorded as breeders. We also have 9 new species gained, mainly Phenicopterus roseus, Hydroprongde caspian, and Astrepera. And as you can see here is a map of our the number of species, and obviously in the north, the number of species are much higher than in the insular area. When looking at the species which gain the squares, we have about 50 species, 20% of the species, which mainly include coastal or seabirds, and we attribute that to better coverage of the areas of the squares and using appropriate methods for these species. But also other species like the barn owl, Poecilla montanus, Monticola solitarius, and Apus melba also showed a very great increase in the number of squares present. Another species which increased was Pelecanus, the Dalmatian pelican, which is a conservation-dependent species, as you know, and this depicts true change as the protection has increased the number of colonies which appear in the country over the last 3 decades. Species showing great declines. There was quite a large number of species, about 70%. These are mainly passerines and agricultural species of the Sylvia, Emberiza, and Nancy, and other agricultural species. And you can see shifts also in the distribution. Overall, this project in Greece would not have been possible without the invaluable help of the EBCC, the Atlas Steering Committee, and ECO adapting the methodology to our national needs and helping us to use the existing monitoring schemes. Also very valuable was their help in the data analysis stage, the map viewer, problem solving. We spent hours on Skype and even in Barcelona. So we really appreciate this support. In addition, there was a lot of help in contributing and organizing Atlas training camps in Greece, which helped us in increasing the participation, and also was good fun and good networking between us. As was also networking between bringing over volunteers from abroad, either through the network of EBCC or other volunteers like ECO and ECO members. Finally, we would like to mention that EBCC we are really grateful to EBCC networking with us, with other people holding data, and we have to mention late Dr. Johann Hölzinger, who generously provided, as you can see here on the right, his huge archive, and which very kindly was digitized by Dr. Schmidt in order to be able to use it within the Atlas, and it probably covered around 40 squares of data. So we would like to thank all the participants and the national experts that checked the data, our donors, which was the MAVA Foundation. We received a grant which was absolutely necessary to cover travel costs, as well as the Bodosaki Foundation and the Leventis Foundation, which in Greece also supported us. And also, of course, the EBCC and the Atlas Steering Committee for all this, support, continued support. Just to say that our atlas, the first breeding bird atlas in Greece, is planned to finish in 2 years. So we invite you to join us in trying to finish that. If COVID allows. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we will have spent some holidays in Greece then to help you in finishing the atlas and the work. Okay, thank you very much tonight. Yeah, Tomasz, I already see you. Tomasz Wilk, who will share with us the lessons learned in Poland concerning the EBBA2 and the distribution atlas.
Yes, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we see it. If you could, yes, now we can see it in full screen. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. This is presentation from Poland. Poland is a large country, okay, not that large as Russia, but in the context of Central Europe, it is quite large with 160 atlas squares. And we had no national atlas running, so we just had to use the available data. What we had done, we organized atlas works on 2 levels, so national level and regional level. At the national level, we used 2 main buckets of data. We used data from Ornitho portal, which is intensively used by by birdwatchers in Poland now. We used many dozens of thousands of bird records from almost 1,000 birdwatchers. So that was a huge load of data, especially important to provide this presence absence data for many common species. And the second basket of data was the National Bird Monitoring Scheme, with many different bird monitoring programs running, including Common Breeding Bird Survey. On the map, you can see the distribution of the Common Breeding Bird Survey plots, so you can see quite good coverage. And that was also very important part of source of data. And the Common Breeding Bird Survey allowed us also to provide the abundance data for many common species. You know that it's not really easy to say how many chaff finches you have in 50 by 50 square, but using some modeling work based on the Common Breeding Bird Survey, we could provide such estimates for many species. And the second level was this regional level. We have 13 regional ornithological centers in Poland. So we created a kind of a system of collaborations with them. And that was very important, especially in terms of providing good data on rare or semi-rare species, and especially important for providing abundance data for those rare species. So thanks to this collaboration with regional ornithological centers, that was possible. We did not have any specific EBBA fieldworks, except for some small-scale fieldwork done in 2017, where some low-coverage bird atlas squares were visited. But mainly we used the data we had before. We got two small MAVA grants for the EBBA work, and that was really helpful. Small part covered the field work, but main part of the funding covered the gathering and verification of the bird data on national and on the regional level. And it was really important to have this funds. And the results from Poland, I think they are very, very okay. We are certainly not a wide gap on the EBBA map, and for most of the species, the picture is very good. Obviously, there are some gaps present, especially for the hard species, like the nocturnal birds, for example, as you can see here. But they are not very evident, and we are really happy with what we got for the EBBA Atlas. Okay, and some quick lessons learned. So first of all, we see great potential in online systems for data gathering. We use in Poland mostly Ornitho system. And so I'm sure you all know that this is our future in terms of bird data gathering, and we should put more emphasis on to improve those online systems, for example, in terms of data verification. After the EBBA Atlas, we see that it's really important to take care of your birdwatchers community, not only when the Atlas, for example, Atlas is being done, but all the time, so you can create kind of really close relationship with your birdwatchers. So when you later on ask them for help, they will help you. And in case of large countries like Poland, when you need to collaborate with regional centers, it's again also important to do a good job in terms of networking with them. So this cooperation goes well. The secure funding, this is obvious for all of you, but I mention it because it's not really easy to get funding for such a project like Atlas, Bird Atlas. So So anyone who is thinking about the atlas needs to think about the funding in advance, because obviously some extra work will be needed here. I would like to thank all the Polish bird watchers who contributed to the EBBA part of the atlas, and as you could see, there are almost 1,000 of them, so many thanks to all of them. And my son is now waiting for the European Atlas of wintering birds. Maybe that will be our next challenge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Let's hope so, yeah. Let's go for another project. Before we go to the last scheduled talk, people might be wondering whether we still get a talk from Armenia, from Karen. Unfortunately, there is some internet problems. We tried to solve it, but we don't have a lot of time yet. So yeah, we hope to schedule them in on the last part of the session, but no, well, there is a problem. So. Okay, Vlatka Dumbovic, Croatia, you are the last in line scheduled. Can you tell us something about Croatian Atlas project?
Yeah, I will try to share screen. Just a minute. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, then I can start. I thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak here today and to be a part of such a great project. So in this presentation, I'd like to give you a brief overview of how we achieved national EBBA2 goals and what has happened with Croatian bird mapping and inventory capacities during the making of the new European breeding bird atlas. Okay. Since 2011, when I think we all have received a questionnaire from EBCC with information that EBCC is planning a new atlas. Actually, that was a year that I became a EBCC delegate in Croatia. A lot of things concerning the knowledge about Croatian birds have changed for better in Croatia. At that time, quantitative data were lacking for many bird species, especially for common ones. For endangered, rare, and colonial birds, our knowledge was better. In 2013, we published a second red book of endangered birds in Croatia and prepared Natura 2000 ecological network proposal. After that, in the period 2014-2016, we have implemented a national inventory and mapping of birds that covered 45 of 55 50-kilometer grid squares in Croatia. We were lucky that actually we planned concerning this NIP or NIP project to use similar standards for fieldwork as foreseen within EBBA2 project. Then in 2015, we started the national monitoring of common farmland birds as a part of the PECPAN scheme. And in 2017, Association Biome joined to the Naturalist project and established a national ornitho portal Fauna HR. We have gathered for at least national conditions the huge amount of bird data that were suitable for EBBA2 analysis. Except for Fauna HR, all mentioned projects were financed from the state budget, but no funds were available for some specific EBBA2 work. But then we have received the financial support provided to EBBA2 from AVA Foundation to implement some additional fieldwork and gather data on specific species in under-surveyed areas. We organized 2 workshops for field workers capacity building. And these funds empower coordination and entering data in EBBA2 forms. And what about people working with and for birds? I'm working in the ministry responsible for nature conservation, and for the past 10 years. And this ministry has changed its name and overall scope of work 2 times since 2011. And 2 environmental agency, governmental agency were abolished in Croatia. Currently, I'm working at the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. And this ministry is fortunately still a responsible governmental institution dealing with nature conservation. Today, we have 2 strong NGOs dedicated to bird conservation and almost 100 people, of which 30 professionals, dealing with birds. Those numbers doubled since the beginning of the EBBA2 project. The number of volunteers is rising, but skilled bird watchers and ornithologists still must be paid for their work foreseen with certain projects, and this will stay unchanged in the future. Our current efforts are targeted towards the establishment of national bird monitoring schemes for the common birds too, and setting up protected areas management plans and conservation measures. Apparently, Croatian breeding bird atlas will only remain in our dreams that hopefully one day will come true. In the end, I will use this opportunity to express my gratitude for giving me a chance to be a part of such a great project and a member of such a dedicated community like EBCC is. We would not make it without you, Verena, Sergi, Petr, Mark, David, Marty, and Marina. Thank you for your hard work, sharing your knowledge, friendship, and patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vlatka, for these nice words and your overview. So, unfortunately, we do not have connection with Karen, so we are going to conclude this session. I want to thank all the contributors for their perfect talks, for their nice overviews, and for this enthusiastic talks about EBBA2. I think we can all congratulate each other and for this great achievement. As you can see on the national level, lots of things happened, and this made the total EBBA2 project a big success. Thank you for that. And in talking about celebration, I want to ask you, of course, to join also the launch that we have later today. And in order to lure you in, we have a short video to conclude this session and to end this session about the launch and EBBA2. We are happy to show it to you. Peter, can I ask you to, or Gabriel, to launch it? Is it possible to see it now? So once again, thank you very much for joining this workshop today. As you have seen, a great success, and nothing else today than celebrating the launch of the book and the project. So, okay, Xavier will start the video, and hopefully I will see you in a short while this afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you.